Hello, good evening, you guys. How is everybody doing? Oh, y'all, I'm tired. Hey, the Black Barbie. Hey, Diane. How's everybody? Bills, bills, bills. Seem like it be constantly. Seem like bills coming every 10 days now. I'm just waiting for everybody to come in. Hmm. Hey, everybody. Let's see. I see the Black Barbie, Diane Brown, Denitria Campbell, Divine Black Rose, Emerald, Shan, Tyranny, Boss Lady, Ebony. Did I say Denitria? Magnard, Positive Vibes, King Deshaun, Diane Wright, Ebony G, Gerald Harrell, Your Choice Towing, Rita Wilson, Patricia Gibson, GMF, I can't pronounce the other, Paula Hall, E Baby, Jocelyn Williams, A Huncho 85, Red Cotty, DA Tashawn, It's Naya, Althea, the Alabama Hitter. Yeah, what's up? What is up, you guys? What is going on? Hey, Natural Born Queen. She says I'm in the bushes. Okay. I tell you. You all, we normally wait for 5 minutes. I think I got my braids too long this time, child. I can't even put them up in the ball. They too long. Shit. Did I say positive vibes? I'm just waiting for other people to come in. Hey, Nola girl. I need to have me a glass of wine. That's what I need to do. I need to have me a glass of wine. I should have chilled me some wine before I even went to work today. Because I got so many bottles. Y'all just keep coming in. I think I'm going to get ready to... Let me give me some wine. Let me pour me some wine. Y'all. I thought they said I got a package today. Let me see a package. That's nice. Y'all hit the like button. Hey, straight to the point. Y'all, let me pour me a glass of wine so I can wind down. Okay, y'all. Now, I know I didn't buy this wine. Somebody had to have given it to me. I just don't remember who it was. It is called Chic. Seemed like something I would buy, though. I just forget I had it. Anyways, you guys, of course, you know, the verdict is in. And Hernandez Govan was found not guilty, okay? You know, a lot of people are in their feelings, and there are a lot of emotions, okay? Because I think I have expressed since the very beginning, you know, although the part that they was charging Govan with in the state of Tennessee, he can be looked at as a mastermind. But his attorney came out swinging and lying, and his attorney was not called on the lies. You had rookie prosecutors that didn't know, it seemed like to me, anything about the case. That's what it would seem to me, because he was not, Manny was not called on any of his lies. Now, a lot of people might say, well, you know, Manny was just a bad attorney. He's just bad to the bone. No, he had a bunch of prosecutors that I think that was not prepared, that didn't call him on his lies, was looking like deer in headlights. And that's one of the reasons why I did the show last night, when I said, did the prosecutors throw the case away? And it's very hurtful to me, the mere fact that I, you know, feel like Young Dolph's family is hurt and all of that they didn't get justice in totality. You know, hey, I felt like Cornelius was credible. And I kind of harp on some of the things because me, myself, because I looked at the first trial, I still remember, okay, a lot of the things that was said in the first trial. And another thing that I can't understand is, why were two rookie prosecutors put on this case when you had a prosecutor that was on this case that was very familiar with the case? Did he do that on purpose? You know, did he put two rookies on there? Did he switch them up? Because it seems to me that Hagerman was on the case in the beginning, I think. You know, if my memory serves me correctly, he was doing the press conferences, and you know, you put two rookies who was just passing paper. There was a lot of things that was suppressed that we could talk about. Govan's attorneys threw them totally off balance. They were already not prepared, and filed motions for Govan's history, his criminal history, to be suppressed. And so what ended up happening is, when they filed those motions for a lot of that to be suppressed, so the prosecution has the opportunity to respond. And evidently the responses were like Mickey Mouse responses, okay, because Judge Mitchell granted them that. There was no reason, if you know, I know Jennifer Mitchell she was always a defense attorney, right? But hey, I think if this man's history is on paper, why in the world would they not fight for his criminal history to be shown? Okay. Hold on, you all. Hello? 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 Who is this? Yes. Hey, who is this? Who? Oh, hey, what's up? Oh, nothing much. I'm on live right now. I was calling you. You asked me to call you. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'll call you when I get off of the live. All right. Okay. And so, like I said, I feel like, you know, they just weren't prepared. He called them stupid. They was sitting there like Beavis and Butthead. He was asking for everything. They never objected to anything. They was fumbling over words, and you fumble over words and stuff oftentimes, you know, unless you have some type of speech impediment, as it relates to a lot of these cases when you don't really know. Okay. So Miss Fifi is another one that Manny he totally discredited Cornelius when Cornelius told the truth. But if they had did their research on their cases, they had studied their case, they would have called Manny out. Miss Fifi, he brought Miss Fifi up in there, and Miss Fifi said, no, they never gave me any money. Okay. As a matter of fact, I want to pull it up. Cornelius said in the first trial, he told them to put the money in Miss Fifi's mailbox. Miss Fifi even sent the prosecutors an alley hoop or whatever you call it. They had not done the research. They weren't prepared. So when she said, he never put no money in my hand, if anything, he put it in my mailbox, that was their cue. They knew nothing about the case. Okay. So I want to pull up some things. Hey, they keep saying it's an ongoing investigation. Hold on one second, you guys. I want to pull this up. Yeah, I want to take you all straight to it. All they had to do was just look at the damn videos.
You asked. He got $50,000. Oh, wait a minute. So, hold on just a second. Ask your question. Wait for a response. The original lawyer in your case got $50,000 to represent you. Did he not?
I don't know exactly how much you get. I don't know.
Okay. All right. And you knew that, just we're all clear here, that money came from CMG, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly who, but yeah.
All right. So you talked today. You got paid for what you just testified to, didn't you?
After I was locked up,
you got paid,
right? Lawyer was paid. Lawyer.
You got $50,000 to pay a lawyer, right?
I didn't get it in my hand. Correct. I don't know how much it was, but correct, my lawyer.
Okay. And there's no question that that money was for services rendered. Killing dog.
Basically.
You took it, didn't you? That you were able to look at paperwork before you went in. And your girlfriend Angela got out and got it. And you stayed in the car. And then on another occasion, which is what you said today, somebody bought $300. And Angela got out and got it. You're saying that's just not it. It's like, you didn't say that. Somebody else jumped in your interview that was recorded and said those things.
Yeah, I don't remember saying that. Yeah, I can't recall the interview. Like, I got to hear the reason say, yeah, you know, I said, yeah, I got to hear the interview.
Okay.
Okay, so it was in Justin Johnson's trial that he spoke about. He told them to put the money when they was coming in from out of Atlanta. He told them to put the money in Miss Fifi mailbox. They went and got Miss Fifi. Manny played with words, and of course, Miss Fifi being 80 years old, he says, they said they gave you the money. She said, no, this is an old lady who wants no parts of this. Of course she would be scared. No, they never gave me no money. If anything, they put it in my mailbox. That was the prosecutor's time in their rebuttal to say, Mr. Smith said this. He's been truthful the whole time. He said they put it in Miss Fifi's mailbox. Mr. Aurora is lying yet again and twisting words because he never said that they put it in Miss Fifi's hands. So she's telling the truth. She didn't even know her history. She said it could have been another neighbor. The man Flower just called him stupid, and he called him stupid because they didn't know their case. They had not researched their case, but he did, and he was able to twist a lot of stuff, right? So, hey, that's what lawyers do. When they're skilled in being crafty, that's what they do. Okay? They were very docile. They was very laid back. Okay? They did nothing to try to call him on his BS to make the lawyer seem like he was crafty and not credible. So watch Steve Mulroy will put two prosecutors that are new, fairly new, on this case. I don't know. You keep the prosecutor who is familiar with the case on the case, okay? Not unless he wanted to lose. So, hey, when I did the show last night, I felt weird about it, about how he was filing motions. I don't think half of the time they couldn't object to anything that he was asking for because I don't think they knew the terminology of a lot of it. Manny got paid. Let me tell you something. Quet put on his if they had did their research, Quet put on his Facebook page that he paid $5,000 just for his attorney. The proof was out there. They let him tell that damn lie because they didn't do no research. You get your legal team to do the research. Quet put out that he paid $5,000 just for them to come and have a hotel here just for this week, for these few little days. And he said that it was pro bono because he just wanted to help, and they let him get away with that. Okay? So, hey, I don't really know, based on them not being prepared and not studying the case, what else were they supposed to come back with? I believe that they had a preponderance of evidence. He did a good job of chipping away at the credibility. Now, I saw somebody say in another chat that they went and got video from Pressure World, okay? And they went and got video from Pressure World, and they was going to show it. It would have proved Quet wasn't there. That's a lie. I'm going to tell you why. I do investigative work for federal prosecutors. We have to go and pull a video. Okay, that's why I really don't like to argue back and forth with people. I already know with a lot of these businesses, after 4 years, the video it's not going to be there. It's not there. After 4 years, Pressure World ain't had no damn video that would show Quet and Cornelia's meeting 4 years ago. So that's a lie. Okay? So they were so unprepared. And I kind of believe Steve knew that they would be. That the attorney, Manny, being aggressive as he is, said for Jennifer to just throw the case out. Now, Hernandez Govan has a criminal history. You trying to tell me that these prosecutors were so incompetent that they would let his attorney file a motion to get his criminal history that is out there, that is public, suppressed? That is what was in one of those motions. Okay? All they had to do was write up a response on why it shouldn't have been suppressed. Okay. So, but hey, listen, I'm not mad. I truly have a heart for Young Dolph's family. I could go on and on, but hey, as my dad used to say, it ain't no need in, it's over with. Okay, as far as that is concerned. But I think after the initial shock of being found not guilty, I looked into Hernandez Govan's face. And no, I don't think the idea was initiated with Hernandez Govan, but I do believe that he should have paid for being the middle person of connecting these people. Okay. And so now, we got a family, that is torn. But, if they're saying that Hernandez Govan isn't the mastermind, who is? I mean, I guess I can understand. I think that they did the investigation totally backwards. Now, they let Manny get away. Manny knew how to play with words. He said Juke had never been picked up. He know, as well as people know, that Juke has been picked up several times by the feds, right? They should have said, well, there is another investigation going on. Okay. I mean, I think an astute attorney would have understand that there's another investigation going on with another entity. So those persons that he's talking about, they were being investigated. Instead, she was so incompetent. She basically said, well, Juke is dead, Teasy is dead, Bobby is dead. We can't go back and fix it now. That's a Beavis and damn Butthead answer. So that makes the jury say, well, hell, all these other folks was involved. Y'all skip over them and go and just charge him. It's really, okay. It's sad. It said Quest that he's moving out of Memphis ASAP. Well, he should, if he hasn't already. Hey, he knows whatever his part was. He knows what that is, and that's between him and hey. That's between him and whatever God he serves, right? So, hey, now what? Who is the man? They're saying that Quit isn't the mastermind. Who is the mastermind? They kept saying that it is an ongoing investigation. I think people get not guilty and innocent confused. Just because you're found not guilty doesn't mean that you're innocent. Okay. Hey, Sherelle. So, we saw that Hernandez Govan's attorneys kept saying, where is Juke and Gotti? Why wasn't Juke in your Gotti question? So that lets me know that Hernandez Govan at least did mention that. These folks ain't mentioned nothing about this man's criminal background. He looked like a damn choir boy that they just chose to close their eyes and chose out of a crowd. And I'm serious, y'all. We got to be honest. What did the damn jury have to work with? They didn't even pull the man's. They allowed the defense to suppress the man's criminal history. The judge didn't have to do it. His criminal history is public. And so they get that suppressed. They could have put up a picture of him showing he's crafty. This is him with a teardrop on his face. We see him sitting in court now with the teardrop covered up. What the hell was these women thinking? The man called them stupid. I ain't gonna say what I think. Okay. But was he wrong? Or were they given a case at the last minute with no time to prepare? We see all the crime that's going on in Shelby County. I don't think that Cornelius was a habitual lying dope fiend. Okay, so now what you got to ask yourself, do you believe that Cornelius shot young Doll? So Jamal, what are you saying to me when you say respect the law? What are you saying? Don't get on here and talk about it. Is that what you're saying to me? Because I mean, I have a right to speak about what I feel, right? Just because you say respect it, that's what it's supposed to be. Okay. I don't have to respect the law. I don't have to. Okay. So when you say that's why the black women, are you talking about because of them being rookies? Or are you saying because they was, what are you saying, that they're stupid? I'm trying to get to what you're saying. I be wanting to understand what people are saying before I shoot off on them. Okay. Divine Black Rose says, Govan's last hearing, those sisters did it's okay. Kay says, I think they were given the case at the, me too. They knew nothing. Manny was telling all, and here's another thing Manny did. Manny said to Cornelius' girlfriend that he came, there was evidence. He told Cornelius' girlfriend, remember I came and spoke to you? She said, I don't remember that. See, that's the thing. They didn't even prepare their witnesses. This man is aggressive. She should have been prepared and said, sir, why would you just tell that lie? I've never seen you a day in my life. See, that would have stopped some of that damn lying. When you get up and call him out on it in front of the jury, that's yet another lie. Objection. Okay. Well, Justice for Dolph, maybe she gave the case away because she sure didn't do a damn thing. But sit there and pass, they was passing paper back and forth to each other. The man said, can we add yeah, they didn't even know what the hell was going on. He said that one of them prosecutors was a good girlfriend of the crew. Did he tell her to act docile? Okay. No, it's docile. I keep saying docile. It's docile. Okay. Y'all know I likes to pronounce words right. It's doxel. Anyway, y'all, I'm getting ready to put the number up. Let you know, I right at this point. Okay. Let's look at the let's look at the let's look at the verdict. Okay. Hold on, you ladies and gentlemen, have you reached the verdict?
Yes.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant Hernandez Govan not guilty in count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant Hernandez Govan not guilty in count 2 of the indictment. Ma'am,
Court's in session.
ma'am, Ms. Johnson, is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes,
Is this your verdict?
yes, ma'am.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you for your service this week. You've done exactly what the court asked you to do, which was to sit, listen to all the proof, and come to a decision. You are excused. Thank you.
Jury's excused. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, John. Court's still in session.
Tearful watching Hernandez Govan hug his attorneys, fight back tears, not guilty on both counts.
Yeah, and we had talked about prior to this, Hernandez Govan was
Wait a-
offered
hold
the
on for a
opportunity to take
second.
a plea deal.
Let me say this, Jamal Carr. We already know, Jamal Carr, that I'm assuming that you're black. That unfortunately, people like you in our community is the reason that a lot of the younger generation that's coming up is totally fucked up. It's your mindset of wanting to protect somebody like Yo Gotti that used his money to call a hit on Young Dolph. The history started there. Govan and them got in the midst of it for greed, okay? Now, Govan has been found not guilty. I'm not going to hate on that. I'm not mad. I understand that if Govan was involved, God going to get him on the back end, okay? There was a reason that he was found not guilty, okay? Now, somebody just said that their prosecutor was a girlfriend of the crew. That means that she knew Govan. I figured a prosecutor couldn't be that motherfucking dumb. So she just kind of let them have it. If that's the case, she just gave the case away. But don't come in here trying to justify a man that has lost his life, a history of trying to take a man, and people that was involved for greed and money. You're the reason. You are one of the people and one of the reasons that our community is stuck. You a damn failure to our community with your damn mindset. Okay? I digress. Let me continue on.
Plea deal, we wondered if he might rue the day that he did not accept the plea deal. We know the answer to that now. No, because he has been found not guilty of the murder of rap star Young Dolph and the conspiracy to commit the murder. Basically, the prosecution said he was the one who set it all up. The jury said no.
The jury did not agree. And what's interesting, too, is the prosecution had testimony going for about 2.5 days, and the defense, they only had about an hour where they presented their case. Apparently, that hour was enough to convince the jury that Hernandez Govan not guilty of organizing the murder of Young Dolph. I think a lot of people may be surprised at this outcome.
Yeah, surprising because there is a self-admitted killer who was the star witness, Cornelia Smith. He was instrumental in the conviction of Justin Johnson, the other gunman.
Let me just say this. What they need to do is they need to let Cornelius go. If we don't believe what Cornelius said about Hernandez Govan, that means we don't need to believe him when he say I was the shooter. Hell, they may as well let him go.
And he was the star witness in that case, star witness in this case, completely different outcomes.
And as we're watching live in the courtroom, Hernandez Govan wiping away tears, hugged his two attorneys, lifted one up in the air. And you know, this, we saw him walk in earlier this morning and wondered, is this the last time he'll walk into this courtroom as a free man? He'll walk out as a free man.
He will, and that's him there. You can see him smiling ear to ear. He hugged one, I'm assuming it's someone from the legal team, so hard I thought he was going to tackle him.
Exactly.
Exhilaration, obviously for him, because he was facing a life sentence in prison. And now he's going to walk out of here today as a free man.
And let's put this in perspective. Young Dolph was killed in November, almost 4 years ago. It took a year before the indictment of Hernandez Govan.
His eyes and shit ain't black no more. I believe that was makeup
at
too.
The time,
when his eyes was black,
called
that was
the
makeup.
mastermind, and then later the organizer of the hit on Young Dolph. Today, a jury rejected those claims. They found him not guilty of conspiracy and not guilty of murder in the case of Young Dolph. We're seeing his side over there. We don't know if any of Dolph's family members are in the courtroom, but we have Jeremy Pierre in there. At some point, we'll find out and get emotion and reaction from the other side.
Yeah, it was about an hour and a half ago, maybe a little more, when we had DA Steve Mulroy sitting here with us. We asked him how he felt about this case, and he said he felt pretty good about it. They had put on a strong case. They felt good about it.
We also asked him about...
They apparently did not know what the jury was. He said you can't know what a jury's feeling.
And that's fact. We've seen that over and over again. One thing that the prosecutor said, District Attorney Mulroy, is when we asked him about Cornelia Smith, the man you just mentioned, Ernie, who was instrumental in the conviction of Justin Johnson a year ago. He was the star witness in this case. And so he has not made a plea deal yet. There's been one proffered or offered. The district attorney would not say what that is. I wonder if this jury decision will impact what he's offered in exchange for his testimony. I guess it's something we'll find out in the coming days.
That's Hernandez Govan. If you're just joining us, he was facing life in prison, charged with murder and conspiracy to commit murder in the death of rap star Young Dolph. The jury has found him not guilty on all the charges, and he's going to be a free man.
He ain't indigent.
A lot of folks may be upset at this.
He's not indigent. Quet just posted on his own Facebook page, but you know that he just paid $5,000 something for. Let me pull it up. So he's definitely not indigent. Somebody, and I don't mean no harm, because I like Stanley. I do. I like Stanley. I don't know him like that, but he's pleasant when he come into my chat. I don't mean no harm. Okay. And I've been very vocal about, I believe that Quit was the middle person. Okay? I believe it was Jook and Gotti and whoever else it is that they're saying that, and stuff like that it's to me it just get on my nerve. Okay? But Quit said that he just put out $5,000 something to pay for a hotel room for his attorney. Now, Cornelius brought up something that was circulating in the very beginning, that they paid $1.5 million for their hit. And I do believe that $1.5 million was paid. I just don't believe Cornelius them didn't get it. Well, that attorney was saying everything because he realized he could say at some point, Manny realized he could say anything and they were not going to check it out. They had not done any research. They was just going to let him say it. Okay? He could have said he flew in on a broom and they was not going to say a damn word. They weren't going to challenge it. They was going to look at each other. He flew in on a broom. They let that man own that courtroom and they did not fight. They didn't fight. And if this prosecutor was going with Quet's homeboy, I see why she didn't fight. I was saying to myself, I said, now these are black women. I know damn well black women that's been to law school, because the other girl, the other one is highly intelligent. I know she's a very new prosecutor. I don't trust that one with that blue on, period. Because I know ain't nobody that damn dumb. Okay. Was Mia there? Because I didn't see Mia. A yellow says all Young Dolph did for the city and his own city turn is back on him. Some guy in the 314 says the one with glasses, I love her. Oh, Lord. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button for me. I'm getting ready to open up the lines. But let's finish looking at this right quick though.
Outcome that may be a surprise, maybe not. If you've been watching the testimony on the Fox 13 YouTube channel, we've been carrying this live from the very beginning, gavel to gavel. Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre has been in the courtroom all week. He's going to join us in a few minutes. And it's interesting to see everybody gathering around Mr. Govan right now, his attorneys. I can only imagine the relief he must feel today at the not guilty verdicts on both counts by the jury.
And this has to make you wonder. We heard the defense attorney talk about that Mr. Govan was not the person who ordered this.
True.
We talked about, you heard the name often, Big Joke, who a young man who has passed away, who was killed.
Who was murdered in February of last year.
Will never stand trial for this. So you wonder if Hernandez Govan was tangentially involved at all. Did he have anything to do with this? Wonder if we're going to hear from him, but he is not going to be found guilty of anything having to do with this. That's off the table now.
And one thing that Govan's attorney said in his closing arguments, and repeated vehemently, he said his client's a fall guy, and he had no part in hiring the killers, even though Cornelia Smith said, I believe he said that's where he got the money. And they talked about text. We had Cornelia Smith's girlfriend on as well, but The defense attorney said, nah, he's the fall guy.
Yeah, and he also made a big point about the fact that the prosecution did not reveal the content of the text messages themselves. There were some
Exactly.
phone records that showed people calling people and perhaps texting each other, but no text messages. He was making a big point about that. And he was indicating that the prosecution knew that someone else
Now look at her. Look.
was responsible for setting this up,
And
and it wasn't Hernandez Govan. That's what he was indicating in that court.
This morning, when the district attorney
He had to
Steve
go over
Mulroy
there
was
and
on Good Morning
congratulate
Memphis, you asked about that.
Hernandez.
You said, is everybody, and I believe actually, if we're outside the courtroom, folks, that the district attorney is about to talk. Are we set up outside? Okay, so we'll have that for you in a minute. But this morning, Mulroy said we are confident that we had the evidence to prove our case. Not enough for the jury, though. 2 not guilty verdicts.
Yeah, so he's
So here we are. We're set up now. Let's listen to Steve
this
Mulroy.
is Steve Mulroy after the verdict.
Tend to make sure that Cornelius Smith, who has been cooperating and has admitted his role in the murder, will also be held accountable. All the people that are alive today that were involved in Young Dolph's murder are people that we have done everything we can to hold accountable, and will continue to do that. I want to point out that the family obviously was very distraught, did not want to speak to the media, but they did say that they didn't blame the trial team for this result, although they're disappointed in it. They thought the trial team did everything they could. And I want to say that the trial team did everything they could. They were extremely well prepared and worked very hard. You never know what a jury is going to do. We have to respect a jury's decision, even if we strongly disagree with it. And we will continue to do everything we can to make sure that everybody responsible for Young Dolph's murder is held accountable.
What do you think fell apart in this case? What do you think could have been proven more to show Hernandez Govan's
This whole
involvement?
business of Monday morning quarterbacking, I just, it's so difficult without being able to speak to the jury to know what caused one result or caused another. All I'm prepared to say is that the trial team was very well prepared and did an excellent job, and the system is what the system is. I will get going. We'll talk later. Okay.
Interesting. That's District Attorney Steve Mulroy saying,
I
gotta
lot
agree with the jury, even though you may strongly disagree with their verdict.
think a lot of people probably will start to question if some of these trial teams are well prepared. This is the second high-profile case going back to Tyree Nichols and those officers. It was not guilty on all counts for all of those officers, and now
shocking to
not
so many.
guilty on all counts for Hernandez Govan in this case. Are they prepared? Are they?
I think people probably are
truly
already
prepared?
asking that. The DA said that the family is too distraught. They don't want to talk to the media. I'm sure at some point we'll hear from them later, but I imagine they are. You know, this is the man who prosecutors have long said set up the hit on Young Dolph in November of 2021, and the jury says no. The evidence did not show that. He was found not guilty on count 1, first-degree murder, and not guilty on count 2, conspiracy to commit murder.
Yeah, and just back to that notion, the public asking questions. There was video evidence in the Tyree Nichols case.
Mm-hmm.
There was an admitted killer in this case talking about who set this up, pictures and the like, and
some
not
text
guilty
messages.
on all the counts.
Let's go live now to Jeremy Pierre. He has been in the courtroom from the beginning. Jeremy, in your estimation, where did the prosecution fail to give the jury enough information to convict?
Well, you know, we just didn't see messages directly between any of the parties involving Hernandez Govan talking about specifically a murder or money, the money that was going hand to hand, the money that Hernandez Govan was said to have given to Cornelius Smith We saw that in the last day of testimony when the defense brought up that Vivian Ferguson, the neighbor of Cornelia Smith, who was said to have received about $500 for Cornelia Smith. She denied ever receiving that money. We also want to go back to the breakdown of the calls, the text messages. That was strong. We're talking about the defense bringing that up to part. Now, we just heard from DA Steve Mulroy as to the trial team. I asked him, what does he think could have been proven more? Does he think anything could have been proven or shown Hernandez Govan's involvement in this entire ordeal? Now, he answered that. He called it Monday morning quarterback, and you just don't know what a jury is going to do.
Jeremy, about the text messages, do we have it correct that the prosecution didn't show the content of the text messages, and that's what the defense attorney was talking about? Was that the issue?
Absolutely. You just didn't see the content of those text messages, the messages specifically between Hernandez Govan, Anthony Mims, Big Jook, as well as Justin Johnson and Cornelia Smith. You just didn't see it.
Did the prosecution ever explain why we didn't see that, why the jury didn't see that?
They didn't go into specific detail as to why we didn't see it. But again, that was the strong point of the defense, proving that.
And Jeremy, while we were watching the verdicts being read, the camera was focused on Hernandez Govan and his team. What about the family on the other side of the courtroom? What was their reaction, the family of young Dolph?
As you can imagine, this has been a nearly 4-year journey for this family, completely distraught, heartbroken. But again, on the other side, Hernandez Govan, you saw that embracing his attorneys as well as other family members for Hernandez Govan inside of the courtroom. A sigh of relief for him, but definitely a heartbreaking moment for young Dolph's family.
Yeah, definitely is. 4 years later, they had hoped for this conviction, perhaps.
And Jeremy, as far as we know, other than Cornelia Smith, that's it in terms of the people who the investigators and the prosecutors say were involved in this, because there is no one else left. Is this the end once they adjudicate the case with Cornelia Smith?
Yeah, that's it, because everyone else they mentioned in this trial, they're either dead or already in jail. This is the closing chapter, or the end of this book, with Hernandez Govan walking out of this courtroom today.
Jeremy Pierre line. They just said it's an ongoing investigation. Let's move on to this right here.
Look, thick, absorbent layers. But these now.
I just want to say thank you to my attorneys, Manny, Robert, Haley, Beth, Handel, my private investigators, everybody for helping me. I didn't have the resources to necessarily, cover everything, and Manny still helped me, and he knew I was innocent. Everybody around me knew I was innocent. I just want to say thank you to the jurors for getting this right and getting my life back.
And that's the main thing. What was it like during the trial? At what point did you think, hey, wait a minute, I think I have a chance?
Well, I knew I had a chance from the beginning, because I knew in my heart I was innocent. And so, it was times during the trial, of course, you get some frustrations and stuff here and there, but overall, I knew my innocence would prevail.
And how do we do prepping and everything? Everything good is planned for you too?
Well, it's trial. You never know what's going to happen. All you can do is prepare the most you can. There were a lot of sleepless nights and countless hours of preparation for the last, year and a half.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, the elbow grease that the team put into this, and with the help of him too, he was an incredibly helpful client. But you just never know what's going to happen in trial or what the jury's going to think. So until closings, pins and needles.
Anything else you'd like to say?
I just want to say thank you to my family and the few friends that stuck close by me during this process and knew that I was innocent as well. And they didn't shy away from me. So I just want to thank them.
I'm sorry if you already answered, but when you heard those 5 words, you are free to go, just that reaction.
You want to know how I felt?
Absolutely.
It's hard to explain the feeling of knowing you got your life back. And it's one of the best feelings I ever experienced. And I'm just happy to be free.
How much of a weight is this, lifted off of your shoulders after hearing not guilty or not guilty?
It's a huge weight, I was fighting more so for my son. I have an autistic son, so that's what my fight was mainly for.
I saw you looking.
What was going through your mind when you heard the attorneys and you heard them say not guilty? What were you thinking then?
I was just thanking God, just praising God, because without him, I don't even know if I would have made it this far. Yeah, he gave me the strength.
What was that feeling this morning when you got up? Was it a feeling of nervousness? Because Mr. Manny over here it was like he was lighthearted today. So did that sort of rub off? Because energy is contagious. Did it rub off?
Well, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest, of course I was nervous waking up. But when I made it to my attorneys, of course that all goes out the window because they're always positive and confident. So, it was a big help having them.
You talked a lot about your son. I sat at the very back row this whole time, but I saw you constantly looking back at your family. How important was it to look back, see your family here throughout the entire trial?
Hey, Mr. Govan, sorry guys, the judge has requested we don't do interviews in the courtroom.
Oh, okay.
We'll catch y'all outside.
Okay.
Okay, y'all. So hold on.
Reaction, but now let's get some reaction from his attorney who's speaking right now. Let's go to that live.
Yeah, I don't mean no harm. You could look at Manny. He looks like a damn Ewok. Y'all remember the Ewoks? And he looked mean and low down. He done lied through the whole trial. Lord have mercy.
Comes through. I'm always on edge because there's cases I thought I would have won easily, and the jurors just get swayed by the publicity and the media. It's been so one-sided, calling him a mastermind. The press has been going crazy because only the DA talks, and that's the problem with our system. It's because they make such a good first impression saying everybody's guilty that it's hard to get a fair trial. But thank God we got jurors. They took hundreds of pages of notes, and it didn't take them 2 hours to figure out this was all garbage.
And they virtually echoed everything that he said in closing. And they were very critical that anyone could be locked up that long.
Exposing the truth. You said the lawyer had $1 million team. So who paid for him? If they're saying that he was indigent, who paid for him?
And didn't have the resources to defend themselves.
Ain't got no $1 million, not unless you got that 1.5.
They echoed that. The guy said, I am offended. Hey. I'm offended by this. He said, and he was disappointed in Mulroy. And that's your elected official. That's my elected official because I live here. And you just go and do something.
You called that testimony that with Jesse Browning BS a joke. Why?
Because it was. Half the stuff was just made up within a couple of days of this stuff, and they give us this mystical receipt that's never been in any of the police reports. The jurors didn't buy it for a second. The lead investigator, Dabney, was incredibly honest when he said these are the mistakes that we made. And then you call up somebody that's willing to do or say anything to clean up the case to get a conviction. You saw how they shaded off the phone records. Where are the text messages? Where's any of that from Justin Johnson to our client saying we're going to do something? I presented hundreds of text messages where he's threatening people, trying to go shoot people with others. Govan was never in on any of it. And the fact that you're still asking me these questions, I find offensive because it didn't happen. You would never take anything you heard in that courtroom for any decision you would make in your life that has any significance. You would laugh at me if I said, believe those guys. So let's just keep it real. This is all garbage, and I'm grateful that he's out, and I'm sorry in the world that he had to do 9 months in prison. And I'm just grateful his fiance called me, and we have the resources to help poor people.
You were very passionate in your closing arguments about, about Govan being just a man from Orange Mound up against the system. Kind of talk about where that passion came from.
When I go to 201 and look at the people that are in there, I know a lot of people do wrong, and I understand that, and I don't want violence in the streets because I live, in towns as well. But it's just so wrong. If I can see it, there's no way a jury couldn't see it. And that's why it took, 2 hours to figure that out. I mean, obviously it would have probably been quicker had they not had to go through the evidence and do their job. But the fact that anybody in the press would say, oh, it was this or it was that, it was clearly flagrant. And I wish we'd be reported as this is what your justice is in Memphis. So if you're black and poor, you got a problem.
So this was
Mr. Govan, how do you feel?
Mr. Orr, this is pro bono. I was unclear with
Right.
that. Yeah. Oh, it was.
To finally have this stress taken off your shoulders.
Yeah, have my life back.
What's the first thing you plan to do?
Go hug my son.
Mr. Govan, you haven't smiled all this week, but obviously you have a lot to smile about. Just tell me just about what you're feeling in right now.
Like I said, it's kind of hard to explain the feeling of getting your life back, just from 12 people, so I'm just blessed, and I'm just ready to go see my son.
What was going through your head when you were waiting for the verdict this morning?
Nervousness, of course, it's natural, but I got a team around me that was very confident and supportive, so without them, it wouldn't be no me. I just want to thank again, Manny, Robert, Haley, Beth, Handel, Contrell, Leanne, just everybody that played a part in proving my innocence.
You heard your attorney say if you're black and poor in Memphis, this is what happens. What would be your words of advice?
Leave Memphis.
Do you plan on leaving Memphis, sir?
Of course.
Was there any point throughout the week where you're like, you know what, I'm still nervous, prior to the verdict? Was there any point where it's like, I don't know which way it's going to go?
I've been nervous for 4 years.
How does it feel to be at the end of this 4-year journey that you've been on?
It feels great. Just feel like I've been born again. I get a chance to restart my life and do some positive things.
Do you think that this verdict will change how the court system is working here in Memphis?
As corrupt this system is, I doubt it.
Mr. Orr, do you think this verdict will change anything with the court system here in Memphis?
I'm not here from Memphis, but if this is a microcosm of what's going on, then we should all be worried. And maybe we should be digging into these things and figuring out why so many people are in jail, why we keep them without bond and force them into pleas and things of that nature, and why investigations aren't always there. Thankfully, my office has the resources to help these types of people and can spend the money to do it. I can only imagine how hard it is for the public defenders with their cases or other appointed lawyers that couldn't do this, and how many people shouldn't be in prison.
Oh, back in December, is that the reason? Obviously, you advised your client not to take that plea.
That's always his decision. I don't advise him to do anything. They always say, what would I do? And I'm like, I'm not serving the time, so I have no idea. I can't go through that stress. You can't duplicate that. I mean, I love the man. I believed in him. That's why I took the case. And we fought like hell for it. I'm grateful that the staff stayed with me. I yelled at them a lot this week and put a lot of pressure on them. We worked long nights for the last few months. We filed, I don't know how many, 24 motions, most of which were granted, which never happens. But it was so obvious we were right. And yet still we have a case. The government just can't ever admit that maybe there isn't anything here. They're just prosecute, and then blame the jury if it doesn't go your way.
I told y'all all those motions were granted. Okay. So you guys, what I'm getting ready to do is I'm getting ready to open up the I'm getting ready to open up the I'm looking at the that I've missed. I'm getting ready to open up the line. Okay, you all can call in. Stanley, call in. Okay. You all can call in. I'm opening up the lines. The number is 901-667-0119. (901-667-0119). Call in and tell me what you all are thinking. What do you all think about the verdicts? What do you all think do you all think that the verdict was based on what was presented to the jury? Could they have come back with anything else other than a not guilty verdict? Was the evidence there? Did the prosecutors fumble the case? You think it was some corruption going on? Call in. Let me know what you're thinking. TV21 says, I knew it was fixed when they was having secret hearings. Edward Potts says, right, Diane, right, all of them. Roadrunner. Hey, this is Tamara.
Hey, Tamara. I was just calling in. I don't agree with the outcome, and I'm hurt. But however, it's just the police department did not do their job. So they really didn't give the state a whole lot to work with.
Well, that's a lot of people feel that way, that the police department definitely didn't give them a whole lot to work with. I mean, it don't even look like the prosecutor's fault either, so.
I mean, we gotta accept it and, just hope the killing stops.
I hope so too. I definitely hope the killing stop. Thank you for calling in.
All right, have a good day.
You too, hon. You all. Hi, this is Tamara.
He's guilty.
She said he's guilty and hung up. M. Rose says, y'all, the number is 901-667-0119. He says that lady shouldn't be fighting for anybody as a prosecutor. She did a terrible job. No real facts or evidence. Hi, this is Tamara. Hi, this is Tamara. Oh, Lord. Lord, I don't want these folks to be playing on the phone. You all make sure y'all hit the like button. Please hit the like button for me, you guys. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. Please like, share, and subscribe. Justice Verdal says she fought for the crew. Stan G, the number is on the it's 901-667-0119. Shanshan says very disappointed, praying for Daw's family. Somebody said Mia J was there. I didn't see her. Stan G is on the screen, 901-667-0119. Justice Verdal says, my Ali, if you missed it, don't worry. You guys call in. Let me know what you think. Hey, this is Tamara.
Tamara.
Yes.
I'm watching your page right now, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'm Kyle up.
Who is this?
Man, I don't want to disclose my name.
Okay.
I'm from the neighborhood and I'm very popular in that neighborhood.
What, from the Castelia neighborhood?
From the man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I can't understand the fuck they didn't convict dude on nothing?
Yeah.
I can understand it because you got a badge.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I'm saying? I know personal shit about you, nigga. What about him killing Bobby?
What? Wait a minute. What you? How that happened?
Man, I don't want to go too far with it. You know, I'm telling you this. You know, but a motherfucker need to play, man. Tell dude he need to get up out of here, man. Stop playing.
Okay.
That's all I got to say to you.
Thank you, darling. Thank you, darling.
And I will send something to your cash.
Thank you, darling. I appreciate that.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Lord, he said he from out of Orange Mound. Hold on. I had like several people call in. Wow. Let me see. I'm calling somebody back. Well, I'm calling back, Stangy. If that's your 404 number, answer the phone.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a...
I just called that 404 number back. Oh, what's up? Hold on. I didn't even know. Hold on. Let me make sure you're on speaker. Can you hear me? Okay, what's up?
Man, you already know what's going on, man. I can't stop nothing. I see folks mad at me for no reason. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, though, I can't stop that. I can't make that pop like it's supposed to pop. The people know the truth, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you got to prove the truth, though. You got to prove the truth. And that's all that I was saying. But at the same time, though, you know, I always dealt with jail on no better. But at the same time, though, it's still different off and all the real weed law. But at the same time, though, man, you know, the people of Memphis, bro, like folks should have knew something Paul Hagerman when in the building, bro. Everybody should have knew the fix was in at that moment. You know what I'm talking about? He ain't finna take this type of L and put it on his and had it on his jacket. No, especially on a case like this. So when Paul Hagerman went in there, everybody should have knew the fix was in, man. And they just how I see it. You know what I'm saying?
So you think the DA purposely put those rookies on the case?
You see how Shaw was going at that mind, like she was going at the mind lawyer harder than she was going at him at certain points of time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what are you doing? That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the whole case like, Shaw, what are you doing? You feeling something about he going in on the and calling everybody dumb. That ain't got nothing to do with the case. That's some type of situation like this. You and your feelings, man. You should have kept it on. You know what I'm saying? Dog family with how they feeling and really touch the people. You know what I'm saying? Like she didn't touch the people. You know what I'm saying? And this is what it was.
She didn't do the research. She didn't know anything about the case. She didn't do the research.
Exactly. So they knew that, and they just threw her up there. You can tell she was nervous and everything. She ain't used to speaking and things that they make fun of the crowd, because she know there was a real detrimental situation. So what's she gonna be nervous? You know what I'm saying? She gonna drop the ball. Every time you nervous, when you got you gonna drop the ball, and that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. So do you think that do you think that anybody else is gonna be charged?
Well, I think this is a bigger setup for something at the same time, though. But if they couldn't get him on something small like this, how you gonna get the other dude on something tall like this? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard, but they see money really running this shit. Money really running the whole situation. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of folks paid on the table. That's how you know what I'm saying? From the big juice when Big Juice didn't get questioned. And 2 years, it was a big bad film. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And he just was out here living. You know what I'm saying? They were waiting on something to happen to him. Get him out.
Mm-hmm. Well, what you think happened to Big Juke then?
That's what I'm gonna say. That's the whole meat and potatoes right now. Have to look toward that situation now. The big juice situation, everybody know what went on, you know what I'm talking about. And that's about if they're going to bring to the table and what they can prove went on. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I ain't going to lie, it's ugly for the city. And you know, so this kind of ill for Memphis, you know what I'm saying, for the whole city of Memphis. For Paul Hageman, this ain't even his, like this ain't even his city. So he don't care about messing up the city.
No, he don't. He just wanted to win and his payments.
Yeah.
And he lying to the end like he didn't get paid.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So folks saying something at that level, man, you gotta know how to keep everything together, man. But that's all that I'm gonna say though, man. Y'all stay up, man. Oh man. Stopping it out, we popping it out, oh God.
All right, hon. Thank you so much.
I guess.
Hey, this is Tamara.
Yeah. Are you online?
Yes, you're live.
This is what I want to say about it. I think it's a disgrace.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think he may be undercover.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they were saying it in Charles that just thought he was undercover. Cornelius said that. So it may come to be, you know, that's maybe why he got off. You never know.
You never know. Well, Cornelius did say that, you know, he had heard that, but, you know, every time somebody said it, he would shoot at him. So he felt like he didn't know.
I think, and the project, I mean, he got the money to pay for the lawyer.
Well, I believe it was like Cornelius was initially told. That's what was said in the beginning before this just came out. It was $1.5 million that was paid out to kill Dolph. I believe that. What they did was they started going down and down and down because they wanted to nickel and dime Cornelius. They kept sending him out because he was the one that was on drugs, so that if anybody got killed, it would be Cornelius. But I'm gonna tell you something, God don't play, because this right here was just ugly all the way across the board. It was a lot of evilness and ugliness, and it's just, hey, God don't play.
That's right, because I know Cornelius was on drugs, but I think he was telling the truth. He didn't have no reason.
Right, they may as well let him go. If they're not gonna believe what he says about anything else, that means he lying about he shot young Dolph. I mean, you gonna believe that he told on himself?
He said we. I mean, when he said we, he put himself in it too.
Absolutely.
But you know, my mama used to always say, a lie will go all over the truth just gets up. So it may be some truth coming. So we just got to wait and see.
Yes, we do. We got to wait and see. I do too. They kept saying it's an ongoing investigation. It's an ongoing investigation. So the police chief had already said that the feds were involved. Cornelius had a proffer with the feds. Hernandez Govan has one also with the feds. So, or had one with the feds or whatever. So, and that was according to Cornelius.
So we just have to keep the family in prayer. And just, you know, the Lord will reveal the truth.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
It's a sad case.
Yeah, it was. It's a sad case.
And they know what they were doing when they talked their top off their street.
See, I would feel better about it if the prosecutors had given Manny a fight, and then if he was found not guilty, I would have said, well, they fought, you know, but they didn't fight. That's what's got me so upset. If it had been a knockdown, drag out on both parts, then I would have said, listen, they fought. The jury found them not guilty. So y'all, we just got to, but they didn't.
Well, if a chance, can the Fed come in and take it over?
Well, we know the Fed's gonna pick it up. The good thing that came out of this was Manny was not afraid. He said, why wasn't Juke and Gotti arrested? Why weren't they ever even questioned? So that tells me that Quet told him that they were involved.
That's right. So before then, Manny was brave enough to put it all out there. He even put our horn in it.
But then they stopped it.
So it's something to that. The judge stopped it. You know, they didn't want them to bring their names in it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to come out.
It will. It's going to come out. I don't think that it's over. I think, it's just the initial shock of everything. People are just shocked and hurting. People are hurting about Young Dolph's family being hurt and all of that. You know what I mean? And then Young Dolph didn't deserve to die like this. He didn't deserve this. It was just, he didn't deserve it. So I think it's just emotions and stuff are all up in the air. And hey, it's just gonna take a little while.
I just wish that doggone woman in the cookie shop would have said, "Oh my God, and rape and a puppy."
Yeah.
I know I would have said something instead of. Thank you. It's over and done with. He ain't coming back.
Well, we still can pray for justice though. We're still going to pray for justice in totality, because even if Govan had been arrested, that would not have been total justice. So we still gonna pray for justice. And I appreciate you calling in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, darling. Bye-bye. He says, Justice for Dolph, send me an email. Send me an email, and then I'll send you one back. Hey, this is Tamara. Hold on one second. I got to put you on speaker. Hold on so everybody can hear you. Hold on. Okay, now.
Am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Oh, Miss T, I wouldn't even. This whole thing today, that's just a little, I call it a little curve, little bump in the road. You can tell.
Is this Antico?
Yeah, this Antico.
Okay.
In Chicago, I'm sorry. I should have said my name again. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I recognize your voice.
Yeah, I hate to see everybody like just so down over it because, Dolph gonna get justice if I just think Quet wasn't big enough for them. Like to you could just tell that they're holding back on a lot of stuff. And you could tell that they did that in Straight Drops case, that they held a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think you'll know when it's over, when whatever happened with that Raleigh shooting, whenever that comes to the light, that's when you'll know the whole investigation is over. Until that thing comes up, it's not, because that happened at the same time that Dolph got. It actually happened before Dolph, right?
You talking about that that Covington situation?
Yeah, Covington. I said Raleigh.
Yeah, the Covington situation.
And they haven't said anything about that. They made the arrest, but they haven't, no court case, no nothing, right?
Right, nothing yet.
Yeah, so that tells you, they didn't release anything here. Quet, And the fact that he had a plea deal for 7 years, which he would have served, half of that, like that just tells you everything you need to know. Like they, in the whole scheme of things. Did he have some wrongdoing? Yes. But I think that, they're going after the people that really, executed all this.
Yeah. That's the only good thing about it is that you hear names that people thought was too big to be protected. And so Manny was brave enough to call that out. See, it's easy to call out Juke's name because he's no longer here. But he didn't just call out Juke's name. He called out Yo Gotti's name and their lawyer.
And he called out all the attempts on Young Dolph's life.
He did.
He didn't just talk about, the November incident. He talked about Cali. He talked about Charlotte. He just talked about the ongoing, and then the fact it's nowhere in the world that Memphis, the feds is not involved anytime they hear about a bounty list. And then they know that they can, go and confiscate and have restitution. I don't think it was anything there from Quet. I don't think it was anything there from Justin Johnson. So I think that's why you see them, they went first and they convicted them, but there's no money there, right? They just got them, was going to try to get them Quet off the street, but there's no money there.
Right.
Where the money is, they're really
focusing on the money.
Yeah, but also they're going to take the money. They're going to make the money, like in the Mo 3 case, right? They took forever to get Yellow Beezy, and Yellow Beezy has some assets, right? So they buttoned everything up, and then they came and got him. So that's what I believe.
And I don't think that Gotti is above the law, because you think about it, Dirk was just as big as Gotti. Where he at? They kept on until they got him, right. They've come back at some point and got Yellow Beezy.
Yeah, they let Dirk off. I mean, remember in the Atlanta incident, they had him on camera shooting. They had witnesses saying he was shooting, and they let him go because they knew they had the investigation that he's in right now. They knew they had this one.
That's true. They knew they had this investigation. That's true.
Yeah, so I think whoever was involved, I ain't on no side, I don't feel no kind of way. If Quet didn't have no involvement, great. But I think Young Dolph, whoever is involved, I think Young Dolph is kicking their butt right now. Quet look like he's been through a dog fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. You think a fix was in Memphis?
Huh?
You think a fix was in Memphis? Like, you think a fix, like, they didn't have time to go to Pressure World. If they went to Pressure World, they weren't going to get the video. And then what that video going to prove? Like,
that video, if they didn't get that video, they're recording every day, and Pressure World is like a business. I'm sure Pressure World is not going to hold on. I'm sure it was recorded over after 30 days. So they could have went and got it, because they had gotten Cornelius a couple weeks after, Young Dolph was taken out. So they could have went and retrieved it. But after they ain't going to go and they're saying Quest attorneys got it after 4 years. That's a damn lie.
I'm just more saying, like, when they, Manny did a good job of saying, well, you should have got this and you could have got this. And, you didn't question Juke and all these things. And to me, it just sounds like the feds came in and said, we got it. It's no different than the feds told the state of California, drop the charges on Boosie, and then they came right in and picked them up. Fed charge, you serve 85% of your time, and they're after restitution. The feds don't come in. It's got to be a big murder, but they come in for the money. They come in to get your, when the IRS come knock on your door, they come to get your money. They ain't playing around, and I think it's just so much money available here that they're just, crossing their T's, dotting their I's. I can't believe people are celebrating one way or another. Like I wouldn't, if he got convicted, I wouldn't celebrate. I would feel bad, for him, and he's, gonna be away from his family, regardless of what happened.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for Dolph. So I don't know how people are, celebrating, but if I'm on Dolph or Gotti's side, I'd be more afraid than I was before Quet went, because that whole thing was weird. It was weird that he been out on bond for 3 years.
Yeah,
so,
it is.
So what did he tell him to get bond? So
you're right. If I was Gotti, I would be even more afraid now, because there's still a mastermind.
Yeah, if I'm the CMG, I'm scared as hell, and I'm super scared until that whole covenant thing comes out. As long as that covenant thing ain't came out, because that's cut and dry. They know Justin Johnson and the guy they arrested was driving the car. Or allegedly, let's just say allegedly, from way up for, because I ain't seen no paperwork. Don't want to see no paperwork. Don't even know. Just based on what I hear on social media, I don't want nobody come looking for me.
Right.
Based on what I hear on social media, they know that it was those two potentially in the car, and obviously they know the whole story at this point. I'm sure. So the fact that haven't come to the light yet, and to me, that's a cut and dry. I've never seen a case take 3 years, 4 years, unless some money is involved.
Right.
So, and I'm saying money for the feds to take. Property seized, like Young Thug just got the, I think his attorney just got that drop, where he was going to have to seize, some of his assets or pay some restitution or something. So he was able to get that drop. So
yeah, I now I have to agree with you on that. I don't really think the feds would have wanted Govan.
No, they don't want what Govan selling pills to Cornelius, who don't have a job, and the hitman that's on the bottom of the totem pole. The feds don't want him. Yeah, I mean that's obvious. Like that's a pay cut for them. Like if they spent time on that, they would probably get fired, whoever was spending time, because they didn't make any money. They lost money in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not going to use their resources on that. So I don't know why people are celebrating, but I'd be scared as hell if I was on the CMG side, because it's a lot of information that they still are not disclosing.
That's true.
Yeah. But I ain't gonna hold you, Miss T. I just wanted to give you a call. Love the show, love everything you're doing, and I didn't want y'all to be down. I don't want Dolph family to be down, over this, because it's a whole bigger picture. Until that covenant thing gets solved, it ain't over. I don't care what no one says. When that covenant thing is dead, when that case is closed, then it's over. I would think it's over.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as that case is open, because to me that's the RICO. It's tying all everything to the RICO.
Yeah. I agree. Well, I sure appreciate you calling in.
Okay, Miss T, you take care and keep up. Keep killing them in these streets. Don't worry about them people haters. The haters gonna hate.
That's so true. Thank you, darling. I appreciate that.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Y'all, make sure you all hit the like button for me, okay? Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe, okay? Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. If y'all want to support the channel, y'all can hit the Cash App or the Super Thanks. I wanted to show you all this. Many of them, they must have been at a hotel downtown. Let's see. Hold on, caller. Hi, this is Tamara. Are you there? Okay, they didn't say anything. So Govan posted this a few days ago. Okay. He says he paid $5,034. Hey, this is Tamara. Are you there? Hello?
Yeah, do you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
No, this is what I want to get at, right? I know your chat about to, go ham on me. But, with me coming from, a family with, lawyers or whatever, criminal defense attorneys, and, with you coming from a background as a private investigator. Now, don't get me wrong. I knew that Govan, I believe Govan, did what he did. But there wasn't enough evidence to prove what he did.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I say that is because throughout the whole trial, you only, present evidence towards Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith. Even though you had call records with Cornelius calling Govan, but there's no text messages talking about the murder. Hey, what's up? Hey, I need y'all to do this. With Dolph, there's no messages on Instagram. There's no messages on text messages. There's no messages on Facebook messages. You had nothing to prove your case.
Mm-hmm.
But a couple of phone calls. And Cornelius already admitted that, he, called Govan or come to Govan house for pills. So for all we know, Cornelius could have been calling Govan for pills.
Mm-hmm.
But with Cornelius' testimony, he stated that he called Juke multiple times about his money, saying, "Hey, I need my money. I did what I'm supposed to do. I need my bread." He didn't say he called Govan. He called Juke.
I never heard him say that he called Juke. I heard him say he didn't have any ways of getting in contact with Juke, so he ended up going on his girlfriend's Instagram and sending Juke a message because he didn't have any ways of getting in contact with Juke.
And then another thing is, right? All right, with Cornelius, you admitted that we all know you a junkie. You admitted that you was on pills. It was plain sight that they, presented that you told 5 different stories and wrote 5 different statements. So how can this one testimony convict a man as a conspirator to a murder?
Mm-hmm.
You even had Cornelius' girlfriend testify and say, "Hey, Cornelius told me about it. Cornelius told me about the head. I helped him go get a cover for the car." Why was she charged with accessory before the fact and after the fact of murder? And she clearly testified that she helped him get items, to cover up the scene.
Mm-hmm.
She knew about the meetings. Another thing is, we knew they didn't have a solid case from the beginning. They presented that in our face. You see, Justin Johnson and Cornelius, they was denied bail, but why Govan was the only one that got a bond, but he's supposed to be the orchestrator.
Mm-hmm. Well, we don't really. Well, we do know that he had conversations with the prosecutor because the prosecutor did say, based on the conversations that we've had, we see now what his part was. He did have a proffer agreement, so I can't. So when people say, "Well, why did he get a bond that low?" I'm sure it wasn't for nothing. Because there were conversations that was going on based on the DA saying it, and even Justin Johnson's defense attorney said it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then the way the lawyer presented it, like, hey, if he was the orchestrator, why would the car they committed the crime and get parked across the street from him? And instead of them running, going across town to change clothes, why wouldn't they just go across the street to change clothes and get on through?
Well, I think that Govan was smart enough not to, he had cameras. He didn't want, when it happened, he didn't want people seeing them running across to his house. You know, there are always eyes everywhere. They all were at least smart enough not to send text messages to each other, especially talking about the nature of the crime.
But just like I said, you know, I believe that he did what he did, but he just played his role smart. He threw his rocks and hid his hands very well.
And I don't mean no harm. This is just what I feel. I believe that he got that $1.5 million. I do believe that Cornelius was so junked out that they told him 1.5 and then it went down to 250 and then it went down to 100 and then they decided we're just going to give him 40. I'm willing to bet Justin Johnson got more than 40.
I believe he did too, because he flexed the money in the video before the day he got arrested. At the end of the day, they felt like Govan was a junkie. So in your right mind, as a street guy, who giving a junkie full payment? You gonna try to play them as much as you can. I could give him a couple of $100 and some pills, and he'll be good.
Right. Justice Verdal said Justin got over 100K from Lambert.
But you know, like I said, I want to see Dog family get justice. So, is this a upcoming lawsuit for a civil suit for CMG now? That is proved that CMG was the orchestrator. So can Dog family sue them now for wrongful death?
For wrongful death, yeah, because Govan's, not only did Govan attorneys really point the finger at them, Cornelius's attorney and the prosecutors pointed the finger. Yeah. They basically said all of this happened because young Dolph didn't want to be up under CMG. They keep saying it. So, I mean, Govan's attorney had valid points when he said, why weren't, I think he would have, if they had went and picked them all up. Listen, hey, it's understandable as far as looking at it from the jurors' point of their eyes. Why, if Cornelius said that Juke was there, why was Govan picked up and not Juke? They both were supposed to be.
And Govan and Juke was alive 2.5 years after Dolph passed. Why wasn't he questioned? Why wasn't he a person of interest to be interviewed by law enforcement?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I knew from the beginning, even throughout the trial, that it was too much. Pretty much what was the easiest case in murder trial history to beat, because only thing you had was text messages and phone call records, but no conversations recorded, no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the prosecutor stated, hey, no, we don't have no phone recordings, but we got phone records and Cornelius' testimony. How is he believable? He done made 5 different lies. They ain't a junkie.
Do you believe? Okay, so let me ask you this: do you think Cornelius should be set free?
No, he's not going to be set free.
But do you think he should be?
No, because
why?
He was a shooter. So at the end of the day, if Govan would have got found guilty, I believe Cornelius probably would have got like a little 20 years for
And I asked you that for a reason, because I keep hearing you say that Cornelius is a junkie and Cornelius is not. He's not credible because he is a junkie and he's not credible. So that's why I asked you, because he said that he was out there and he shot young Dolph. If you believe him when he says that, you just don't believe anything else.
He even got him on camera. He got him on camera.
Yeah, but his face was covered.
But he's a physical participant. He admitted to it.
He admitted to it. That's what I'm saying. And all I'm saying is I believe that he was out there. I believe he should get time. But what I'm saying is people are wanting to pick and choose what they believe as it relates to him. If I'm saying that he's not credible, then that means I don't believe anything he says, not even when he says I was involved. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you have a point, but even just like I said, even a person who admit that, you're a private investigator, so of course you've been to plenty trials. You have a person that's guilty still lie plenty of times.
Well, that's true. But why? But let me ask you this: why, out of all people, why would he want to lie on Govan? Why do you think he would want to lie on Govan? Why would you think?
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't believe he lied. But what I'm saying is they didn't have no evidence to prove what he was saying.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Now you believe what he says, that they just couldn't produce the evidence.
I believe Govan did what he did, but they didn't have no evidence.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. Now you believe. Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying with that. Yeah. Okay.
So I believe, just like I said, if Govan would have got found guilty today, Cornelius would have got 20 years, because he got 2 convictions, testified in 2 trials, and got 2 convictions of a life sentence, and they would have gave him 20 years or so, or 25 or something like that, where he get to come home again. But since that case today got screwed up, they gonna hold it on his ass.
Mm-hmm. It ain't Cornelius' fault that they screwed the case up. Cornelius didn't.
But somebody got to pay for all that money they lost in that trial today.
Well, they need to pay for it. They need to pay for it by resigning, because they ain't did a damn thing. That'll free up some money for some good DAs, assistant DAs and stuff.
But that prosecutor knew she had no solid case before she took that to trial. Yeah, she needed to be fired.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, because when you convict somebody of a murder in trial, you at least have DNA, fingerprints, voice recordings, some kind of voice records, text message, something to prove of them talking about it, or something. You ain't had nothing solid.
Right.
I'm about to go.
Thank you, darling. Thanks for calling in. All right, you guys. Make sure you all hit the like button. Please like, share, and subscribe. I wanted to play this right quick, okay? I want to play this. Hi, this is Tamara.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is that on your live?
Yes, you are live.
Okay, I want. Let me turn my TV down. Okay, I want all your missions that's watching this right now, your live, and the whole world that's watching your live right now. I just want to say this: if Cornelius told everybody in the world that what Govan did, his roles in it, what happened, and Govan he got found not guilty. This my thing about the end of this. On the back end of it, I think when straight drop when he filed for his appeal, whenever he go to court, since Cornelius told everything about Govan and they don't believe that, when straight drop go back to when he filed his appeal to go back to court, they gonna let straight drop out.
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, they had a lot of video and stuff of straight drop.
Oh yeah, you right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say to you.
Thank you, darling.
All right, you too.
All right, y'all, let's see. Rest in peace to that young man, and everybody that was involved. God is going to make sure that is handled. You know, I get to hold on, you all. Hey, hold on to me, because this phone is really just. Hold on. Okay, I got you on speaker. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hey, I'm watching you live. I'm calling from Detroit.
Shout out to Detroit.
So, I've been waiting on somebody to say it, and ain't nobody said it in the chat, or have they called in and said it. So when the retired detective was on the stand being questioned by Govan's lawyer, and Manny asked him, well, why didn't you ever question Juke? Why wasn't Juke picked up? Do you remember what he said?
I don't. What did he say?
He said Juke didn't want to talk to us. And I'm like, Juke didn't want to talk to y'all.
I think he said that about the other young man. It wasn't Juke. It was the other young man.
It was definitely Juke. I'm talking about the black detective that retired when he got on the stand.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up because I remember the white guy saying that a young man got an attorney and said he didn't want to talk to them. It wasn't Juke. They're saying it wasn't Juke. I thought that he said, who was it? It was the other young man. He said, right. He said it wasn't. He didn't want to talk to us. We tried to talk to him. He didn't want to talk to us.
Right. That's what it was. The white guy said it too, but he confirmed it again. I think when the black detective got up there. So my thing was, why couldn't they get a warrant for Juke? I mean, I've been following this case since Dog died, and it's just strange to me that with all the evidence they had, when they handed down the indictment, everybody got picked up. They didn't pick up Juke.
Mm-hmm.
Even after Cornbread and Straight Drop, went through their little trials or whatever, still no Juke. Then they get Govan. They had 2.5 years to get Juke. So my thing is, what is Memphis Police Department doing? What is that Detective Bureau doing out there? Because clearly they dropped the ball.
Right.
They dropped the ball.
Right.
I don't think they had any intention on questioning Juke, even though they had mounds of evidence against him. But I'm starting to think somebody was paid off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to think, and I've been thinking this. I think CMG is paying off Memphis Police Department, and I'm just gonna say it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that way?
Nope.
You don't?
I don't feel like CMG is paying off Memphis Police Department because I feel like CMG is next. I do. I feel like they're next. Now, I do feel like that there was some things that was mishandled. I feel like Juke should have been it is weird. I understand what you're saying. It is weird when you start really thinking about it. If Cornelius says that he was there with Juke and with Govan, why was Govan arrested and not Juke? You see what I mean? Right. I mean, it seems it is weird. I'm not gonna try to argue with you on that because it is weird.
It's weird. And then on top of that, nobody said anything about all the meetings they started having 6 months before Dolph even died at Privé. They were meeting to discuss getting him.
Yeah, and they know about the meetings.
Yeah. Never came up in the trial, and it was just weird to me. That's what's making me think that something going on with them detectives and either the DA, the detectives, the police, because it was just too much information left out of that trial. And I knew he was going to walk because it was based on evidence, not the way we feel. And they just didn't have enough evidence to get him. But it was so much stuff left out of that trial that it just amazed me.
Well, his attorney got everything suppressed to include his attorney was able to get his criminal history suppressed. That never happens. That is public and is out there. How in the hell could he get that suppressed?
Yeah. So is that what that private meeting was about?
Yeah, they got his criminal background suppressed. They got my brain. I know everything that they got suppressed. My brain is really fogged up right now. Let's see, the criminal background. They didn't want to be able to things that other investigations of where they had talked to people. They said that it was unfounded or whatever. They was able to get that thrown out. What else did they get thrown out? They got suppressed. I can't think of it right now, but yeah, they was able to get quite a bit of stuff suppressed.
Yeah, that was weird to me. I mean, they was meeting on the regular 6 months before Doc even got killed, and nobody brought that up. Nobody had footage. No, I mean, they didn't bring the footage from Power World. They didn't get the footage from all those. I mean, it was just too much. Simple stuff that you're supposed to get in an investigation, and they just shrugged it off.
Yeah, because I do believe at one time that I do believe right before they started filing those motions, he was going to plead like an insanity defense or something like that. So his attorneys was going to be throwing it may have did, and it wasn't accepted or something like that. So
wow. Okay, well, I just wanted to say that because nobody had brought it up, and the trial was just sickening to me. It really was. It was a waste of the taxpayers' money.
Yeah. Well, we're still gonna be praying for justice for the people that put the hit on him, that really paid the money, which would be your guardian, some more people to.
Yeah. It's some people a little higher than Yo Gotti too. I don't really want to say it on here, but it's when Doc turned down that $22 million contract, and he said he had it in his hand and he was gonna sign it, and then he walked out the door like, no, I ain't gonna do it. So we all know who them people was, and now him and Gotti, that person and Gotti is best friends. So I just think it's if you go down the rabbit hole, it's gonna be a whole bunch of stuff uncovered.
I agree.
So, they say the investigation is ongoing, but I'm here for it. I really am. I'm here for it because it shouldn't have took 4 years. It shouldn't have took that.
I agree. Well, I appreciate you calling in.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, hon. Bye-bye. Shout out to Detroit. It's another person from Detroit. Hold on. Hi, this is Tamara.
Hey, this is Cecilia. How you doing?
Hey, Cecilia. I said this is another person from Detroit. What's going on with you?
Working and working. That's about it. And I agree with you about what's his name? Govan. I knew Govan was gonna be found out guilty because they want the real people. They want Big Head Gotti. People don't remember. I remember White 100 said a couple of months ago, he called out Big U. Big U is the cousin to Nipsey Hussle, baby mama, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Killed him. He's in jail, okay? They called out P. Diddy with all this stuff. They called out Big Head Gotti. People better pay attention to what White 100 said.
Yeah.
But I had a feeling that he was going to walk out. You know why? Because he had been walking around too long.
Yeah, he had been walking around a long time.
He put locked up like straight dropping them. But they went to him. He told them what they needed to know. So, like I said, this year is Gotti's. Gotti got his coming.
Yeah, he got it coming. He got it coming.
This year, he got it coming. Like I said, Govan talked to Doc's people, talked to his family members. Okay? They was pleased about whatever he told them. So to me, this was a big in that courtroom because they had to follow protocol. Okay, we got to have trial. Okay, we got to have these witnesses. We got to play it by the book so we can make it look like, okay, we're going after him. But that's how they do it. In fact, that's how they do it in court period. They had to play the book. They had to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now he over there worried because everybody looking at him.
That's true. I agree.
And I agree. See him. He ain't getting away with this. Nor his mama. Pay attention. Listen to the messages. Listen to White 100. He told you. He gave you proof. He gave you the message. Pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, Detroit on the Ziggity boy as well. They set up, get a baby over some bull crap. But again, T Grizzly going through something. So there's a bunch of mess going on up here as well.
Okay.
It's crazy.
I tell you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for calling in, Miss Cecilia.
We'll talk.
Okay, we'll talk. All right, bye-bye. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like. Vanessa, you're in the second chat. You're in my second channel. Hold on, let me play this with Dabney. And Dabney done retired and moved to Detroit. Lord have mercy. Child.
Step this way, sir. Stay right here, face your honor. Raise your right hand, please.
Please swear on the front to tell the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. Watch it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your first and last name for the record?
First name is Terrence, Terence. Last name Dabney, Dabney.
And for the benefit of our viewers who may be taking notes, could you spell your first and last name?
Terence, Dabney, Dabney.
I'm sorry, I probably did. Where are you employed?
I'm retired.
Retired. Where are you retired from?
I'm retired from the Memphis Police Department.
And how long were you with the Memphis Police Department?
I was with the police department for 26 years.
And what rank did you attain when you left the Memphis Police Department?
I was a sergeant.
The Sergeant Dabney. Were you with the Memphis Police Department back on November the 17th, 2021?
I was.
And did you participate or have a role in the investigation involving the homicide of Adolph Thornton Jr.?
I did.
And what was your role in that?
I was the lead investigator of that homicide.
As a lead investigator, what does a lead investigator do?
Well, we sort of delegate with other investigators, delegate roles. We also gather evidence, fact findings, videos, whatever we do to obtain evidence for the case.
There were several suspects in this matter, were there not?
They were.
Did you also become involved in the investigation involving Justin Johnson?
I did.
Cornelius Smith?
I did.
And also Hernandez Govan?
I did.
So So the homicide, when did that take place?
November 17th,
And
2021.
did, of 2021, is that
2021,
correct?
correct.
Did you have a suspect on that day?
We had a suspect named.
And what suspects, we're having a hard time this morning. What suspects did you have on that day?
The tip came in that there was a individual by the name of Straight Drop, Justin Johnson, and Cornelius Smith.
On November the 20th, so a few days after this matter, was there significant development in the case?
It was. We got a tip about a vehicle behind an abandoned house.
And you recall what street that was on?
Forgot the name of the street.
With the name Bradley?
Bradley, yes. Right off Haynes, yes. Bradley.
Bradley and Haynes?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what is matter we have collected.
This would be the location we located the Lexus. The vehicle.
And you recall what vehicle?
It was a Mercedes, I think. Yeah, Mercedes.
All right, if we could have that.
Hold on for a second, you all. Let me forward this.
No objection.
This is a start some link.
So I wanted to hear what the defense.
Also, as the case officer,
been described as what could be a city camera on a whole. You'll mark this as exhibit 16.
One second. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
I'm facing here, and see an individual in the rear with the mask on.
and as part of your investigation, when you found the vehicle, what significance does this picture show? You made this the record.
And so you all use these types of cameras to help solve crimes. That's sort of the whole point, right?
To gather evidence, yes.
Okay. Yeah. I guess the biggest question that I've had that I've been asking people throughout this trial is, if you believe Mr. Cornelius and you believe what he told his girlfriend.
Your Honor, Jeff, and he's inserted what previous witnesses said. Approach.
One second.
I don't see where he said a whole lot to Dabney. Not unless I forwarded it, but I remember he was arguing with the male white. Grayface is only going to bite them in the ass once the real come out from start to finish. Chef D. Lynn says, justice for Dow. I really think Dabney conveniently retired after he got the bag from Jook and Gotti as lead detective. What did he pass on to the next detective? He was the most nonchalant scene. I tell you. The lines are back open, y'all. I can't understand. Because if you listen to the prosecutor, she's talking like TZ was also supposed to be arrested. Okay. He was brought in as a person of interest. And hey, this is Tamara.
Hey, what's up, Tamara? How you doing today?
I'm doing good.
That's what's up. I talked to you last night. I'm the one from Nashville. I called in and I made a statement and I was saying like that I felt like that Govan had a chance of walking.
Right.
Man, and I'm a dog fan. I'm a dog supporter, but I just look at everything. I try to look at everything with a clear mind, because I've been in a situation where I had to fight for my life also. And listening to the case and looking at it and really just studying it, just looking at it as a jury perspective, the prosecution was lousy. They was lousy. I mean, it was terrible. It was too much laughing and giggling, and they made it seem like it was like they had a home run.
Mm-hmm.
It was a sad show that they put on. And for this guy to be a pro bono lawyer, like
that man won pro bono. That's another lie.
So he was. I mean, because I seen on the interview that statement was made though.
Yeah, but he was lying throughout the whole trial. That man was not pro bono. I just put up there. Govan was bragging about last week how he paid $5,000 something for all of his team to fly from Atlanta to stay a few days in Memphis. It sounds good. I mean, what they weren't even competent enough to call him on things that they could have easily researched just from the previous trial. Of course, they weren't going to challenge him on that either, because if he was indigent, that he would have had to file some paperwork or something saying that he was indigent. I don't remember any of that type of paperwork being filed, and surely they was too incompetent to even call him on that, because that could have just been looked up real quick.
Right. The prosecution, I mean, they dropped the ball. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad on the end. And like I stated last night, he brought up so much reasonable doubt, and it was just to the point, where it made me think like, man, did he act like, can they really prove this? Because one thing that I know, and from being in the system and having to fight for myself before, and one thing that I know is it's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
Right. Absolutely.
It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And they proved what everybody basically knew. So they all knew each other. They used to hang out with each other and stuff like that. But they really just didn't connect the dots. One thing I'm gonna tell you about Govan Warriors, they need to be very, very careful with him. Because he knows some stuff now.
Yeah.
He knows some stuff.
And he told it to his lawyers.
Yeah, he know a lot. And if the feds come and talk to that lawyer, it's going to be it's gonna be a lot of crap. I'm gonna just say that. I'm not gonna cuss or anything, but it's going to be a lot of crap. He knows a lot, and they better be very careful with him. Because man, he got a set of kahunas on him. You see how he was just name dropping folks. Don't matter. He ain't from Tennessee. He get back on his plane, on his jet. He don't.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So
he back in Atlanta now. It ain't but a 45-minute flight.
Exactly.
He been back home.
He come to play hardball. They better be careful with him because he know a lot. He know a lot, and he basically told everybody in that courtroom that they were stupid.
Yeah, he did.
You know, and just looking and listening to the case, and I noticed how the judge like added more charges, which is, I mean, it's particular, but it like when I heard that yesterday, it was kind of like a sign of desperation, also, from what I know, because it's like the judge knew, like, this is not going the way that I even thought that it would go, you know. So let me see if we can secure some type of conviction. That's why I kept saying last night that I said even if he does get convicted, it's going to be of lesser charges because they didn't prove anything. They really didn't prove anything. Now, what I personally think is, I think Govan definitely had a part to play, and I think he rubbed shoulders with a couple of people. But I think when things were finally getting in motion, I believe Juke might have told Cornelius and Straight Drop, like, hey, y'all don't even mess with him no more. You know, because it's already, it seemed like they didn't trust each other. Like, it seemed like Juke is he's a narcissist. He's a mass manipulator.
Mm-hmm.
I can already tell that about him. And Govan, he's a gangster snitch. And I believe.
And Govan is a what?
A gangster snitch.
Lord have mercy.
He's a gangster snitch. And so I believe Juke, he wanted to. He knew that he can He knew that he could use Govan in a way to where he could get him to do stuff, but he didn't trust him because you got that police tag on you. So I believe that it was discussed between them, and I believe like when the motion actually started getting, like when the ball started rolling, I believe Juke might have told them, hey man, y'all don't even bother calling him or anything like that. And I think that's what put the pause in those phone calls in the phone call records. I believe that's what it was. I think they excluded him from the plan, and they went on with their move. And after it happened, I believe Juke might have pulled up on Govan and was like, hey man, look, I need you to, I need you to keep your ear to the streets, man. I got a couple of dollars for you. Like, take care of this for me. Just, I need you to do some cleaning up for me. I believe that's how it went. I think that's why the pause was in the phone records, stuff like that. But I don't know. It's a sticky situation, but I believe that's how it went. It's a sad day, but with one thing, with being the juror and stuff like that, you can't judge from emotions. You actually got to listen and look and see what's going on. And that's why so many innocent people that's in jail, because, a lot of people judge from emotions. Not saying that he's completely clear, but in the eyes of the court, he is. So
of the state court, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Court, yes. I just think the prosecution dropped the ball, and I wouldn't be surprised if somebody loses their job behind that one.
They need to, because they basically, we saw how they just gave the case away.
Yes, they wasn't ready. They wasn't ready, and that's why they pushed back the dates a couple of times, because they wasn't. One thing that really made me mad was how they was laughing, joking with Cornelius. The later sitting there chuckling like they at a bar or something. Like, man, look, this is a room of order. You know, like this is nothing to be laughing and playing about. You know, but
especially when they didn't have their shit together and they was looking like a bunch of damn fools. They should have been trying to hide up under the damn table.
Looking crazy. Looking crazy. They dropped the ball. You know, they dropped the ball. That's all I wanted to say. I love your show. Every time I get out the truck and I cut on YouTube, I see you. I tune in. I like, you know, I'm a support as much as possible. I just want to tell you, like, keep doing your thing. Man, support you, Nashville. We support you. I done put a lot of people on, and you know, I just want to continue to see you shine. So be great.
Thank you.
Pushing it, and I'll be tuning in.
Thank you so much, darling. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
You too. Shout out to everybody. I see that Steven sent. I didn't see that. Steven sent $5. Thank you, Steven. He says, man, this some bull-ish. Long live Dolph. Thank you, Steven, for the $5 super sticker. Hey, this is Tamara.
What's going on with it?
What's up?
Now, I just got one question, then I'm going to jump off the line.
Okay, darling. Okay.
My question is, I see a lot of people taking sides. One side won't out, side won't got it. Cool, whatever. Question is right here, though, for the city. Where do we go from here?
Right.
How do we influence people to prevent these type of things from happening from the jump? From the parents to the teachers to the social media to everyone that's involved.
I agree.
Nobody really winning.
I agree. What has to happen is, okay, I could tell you one thing, and so the street dudes are gonna have to get on board with this. People like Gotti that do stuff like this, they're gonna have to be held accountable. That's how the city is gonna heal, because when you start talking about street justice, all that do is create an atmosphere where genocide is being committed in our community. Because if you go kill Gotti, somebody is gonna go back and kill somebody in Dawes Camp. Somebody in Dawes Camp gonna be hurt again, and they're gonna go back and kill somebody in CMG, and then they just gonna keep killing each other. That's not a solution. All they doing is leaving Black kids without Black fathers. So there has to be some type of other reconcile, and these Black men who are supposed to be leading the community is gonna have to come up with something else. See, they'll say that you the worst thing walking if you a snitch, if you tell on somebody, but if you go and rape a 6-month-old baby, they be on the corner smoking with him. It don't make no sense. So we got to reorganize, and then we got to rethink this thing, because it ain't what we doing ain't working. People are going to have to be held accountable for what they do. Some people would rather die than go to jail. So that's why their asses need to go to jail. They'll think twice before they start shooting folks.
Okay, that's all I want to know. You know, I just want to kind of get that out because it's like a lot of picking back and forth, and nobody really has said anything that's really solution based. It's more pointing fingers.
Well, before you get off, I want to say, before you get off, I want to say this. We got to point the fingers, though, love. When people do wrong, I think we've gotten away from holding people accountable. So if you do something, you got to know we're going to point the finger at you, and you're going to be held accountable. People are not being held accountable for what they do. Huh?
We point the finger at each other, right?
Well, listen, no.
We just point the finger.
Okay, you got a right to point the finger back at me if I'm out there killing folks. But if I'm not out there committing crimes and killing people, how can you point the finger back at me? See, I think we got to get away from being offended when people say people got to be held accountable for what they do. I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying you talking about solutions within our community, and I'm not going off on you. I'm just emotional. If you've been looking at my show, this is how I am. What I'm saying is there has to be accountability. That's the only way people are going to stop. As long as they feel like they can do things and get away with it, nothing is going to ever change.
Okay, I agree. Accountability must be taken. But who do we really start with? Do we start with the base players, or do we start with the people at top that create and make the rules?
The people at the top, because we've been letting them get away with murder. We talk about corruption, but we ain't coming together to overthrow the people that's creating the corruption. If we can ever get together and organize and then start building up our own people to put them in office that's going to help our community, we can't even do that. It ain't nothing gonna change. We gotta start from the top. We gotta really start in our homes as it relates to these young Black women and men, because we're raising the leaders of tomorrow. So if we start instilling something on the inside of them, a strong foundation, they can be solid and go out there, even if they make it up there to the top to run for office. They've been built with, they got such a solid foundation on the inside of them, they can't be bought and paid for anyways. But some of these local jokers that we have put into office and they out there selling out the Black community, we ain't shooting no fire up under their asses.
Okay, I know the one thing you keep saying is Black men. Are we talking about just the street dudes? Are we talking about these professional doctors, lawyers, physicians?
It's criminals on every level. It's criminals on every level. And when I say Black men,
who are we talking about?
When you say who we talking about, what are you talking about?
I mean, are we talking about people who worked hard to get to the top, that made a career out of themselves, that's doing the right thing, or we're just focusing on those who are not doing right?
Okay, when you say because I kind of got lost.
When I say not doing right, I mean the criminals who don't abide by the rules, who are not civilians, who are street guys, because that seems like where the focus is at.
You talking about to be held accountable? When I say we got to hold people accountable, are you asking me should it just be the street dudes that's held accountable?
Yeah, because you're saying like it's a lot of Black men that are not being held accountable and not doing their part for the most part.
Well,
are you talking about the street guys, or are you talking about these people who've actually taken the time to put in the field work, to actually creating business and making business in the Black community that are doing what they're supposed to do?
I'm talking about anybody that's not doing what they're supposed to do, and it could be anybody. It don't have to necessarily be a street dude. I grew up around street dudes that were very responsible. And women too. But I put a lot of focus on men because I was just taught that the man is supposed to lead. If that has changed, somebody need to tell me, and I'll stop saying it.
I think this is what I think. This is me personally, in my opinion, a whole nother thing over anybody. I think it's way too much focus goes around criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Who that does nothing for the community.
Mm-hmm.
We're focused way too much on criminals, when you need to be focusing on the people who actually do make a difference, who's creating and making business, who's actually putting in the time and putting in the work to try to make things right.
I agree. I can agree with that. So the criminals that's disrupting our community, what do we do with them?
I mean, they should be definitely held accountable, and pay for their crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Get rid of them. Get them out of the community.
So you don't have
build a community with a lot of criminals.
Right. So you don't see no issues with them going to jail. You don't see no issues with them going to jail.
I see a lot of. They should be in jail if you're a criminal. That's the consequence.
Okay. And the reason I asked you that is because what I'm starting to see now is people taking offense to people saying that criminals need to be in jail.
Well, that's not my stance at all.
Okay.
I believe if you're doing something that you have no business doing, you're going against the law that is in place that keeps us accountable and holds us in the standards, then you should definitely pay for your crime. Part of being a man is to create order, to prevent chaos. I don't stand behind nobody that doesn't stand on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate your time. Thank you for letting me have this talk.
Okay, thank you for calling in. Bye-bye. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button for me. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. The line is open. We're talking about Hernandez Govan was found not guilty. Okay, if they're saying that he's not the mastermind, who is? Who is the mastermind? Okay, who is the mastermind? I kind of was, looking to see if we already know that Hernandez Govan didn't pay for no hit. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me see if I'm sure that Mia and them is not going to post at this point. I think Kenny Money has posted. Let's see what he says. Let's see. Look and see if Young Dolph's artist
they want to do, bro. What you expect, man? They gonna put a nigga. What you want that? What you think gonna happen? They gonna put him back on the street so they can go back to work, man. How you think they survive, man? How do you think a federal informant survive? How do you think? They live the best life. They drive Lambos. They do what the fuck they want to do, man. Child respect, bro. See, Mr. Adam 20, Mr. Motherfucking Adam 22. I just told you, man. I told you. I just said in the interview. They gonna see I told. I just told you, bro. Why don't ask me none of this shit, man? Listen, bro. Nah, man. Federal informants, man. Niggas do what they want to do, man. Fuck gonna do what they want to do, bro. What you expect, man? They gonna put a nigga. What you want that? What you think gonna happen? They gonna put him back on the street so they can go back to work, man. How you think they survive, man? How do you think a federal informant survive? How do you think? They live the best life. They drive Lambos. They do what the fuck they want to do, man. Child respect, bro. See, Mr. Adam 20, Mr. Motherfucking Adam 22.
Okay, so Kenny Money, that's the post that he made after that's the post that he made after the verdict. Tap B, it says, I've been here and it may not be for you to see me speaking to you. Thank you, darling. Thank you for being here. Even if you're in the bushes. I appreciate that. Let's see if anybody else. Hey, this is Tamara. Yeah, turn your TV down so you don't get an echo.
Okay, Tamara,
yes.
I want to know, do you really believe all this stuff these people say?
Which people?
Like the guy you was just on the phone with, right? He really didn't know what he was talking about. A lot of people just, they making assumptions and everything. This the one that called you earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And I told you, I don't want to be disclosed, whatever. But it's so much to this case that I know it's going to be a RICO.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody think it's going to be over with because the state found them not guilty. Yeah, motherfucker got paid on this shit. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't buy the feds off.
Right.
You cannot buy the feds off. When Jerry at her party and Jude got off their plane and came back to Pre-Bay, they put him up Why everybody ain't talking about that?
Yeah, they picked him up. They picked him up at Privé. So I can't understand why did the prosecutors, folks was there when they went into Privé and got him. Folks was looking at him, customers. So why did the prosecutors let that happen? Well, listen.
They got paid. Some folks got paid. And they were laughing and joking and shit. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? My little girl, little boy lost their father.
That's true.
His fiance lost her husband. It's some people that lost a man that come and feed them. And don't cut their lights on when they lights out. Ain't nobody bringing up none of that, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And this shit sad that black people don't know how to stick together, man, and be a unity. Because the battle we fought, together we stand, the battle we fought, right?
Well, let me ask you something. Why you think they killed him? Just I'm not saying you got it. Just in your opinion, why you think they killed him?
Jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
Jealousy. It's nothing but jealousy. Do Gotti got a name named after him?
No.
A street name?
Mm-mm.
My dude was doing shit like turkey drive. They killed that man on the day he was doing a turkey drive. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Paper route do turkey drive, man. All they do turkey drive, man. They still having a good motion right now. Those folks ain't with it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Man, one of my little brothers, man, I ain't gonna disclose his name. He made a song called that song was called Decisions. And he was trying to get Dolph and got it, man, to squash it, man, because it's out at the end of the day, man, you got choices and you got decisions. Then you got repercussions and you got consequences. But it ain't like, man, these folks, just like they did with the Tyree Nichols case. Look how that jury was, man. You can't tell me these folks ain't getting bought out.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Memphis messed up, man.
Yeah.
They'll give a nigga that's selling dope, they'll give you 100 years.
Yeah.
But they gonna give a nigga that's killing
a day.
You see what I'm saying? And then let him back out to go kill some more. Now our family's in danger.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this shit crazy, dog. I had to tell you that. I just been listening, you know, but like, it bothered me, my car love dog, and I don't know dick ride or nothing. Dog was a good man, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you can't.
They was wrong. They was wrong.
Like, so, I'm gonna tell you something else. Man, I don't know how true it is. I don't be around them like that, you know, as far as when they do their business. But I heard that Dolph got it, wanted Dolph to sign with him, and Dolph didn't do it. Dolph was a self-made millionaire. He did it on his own. Him and Daddy O them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, he created his own paper route. He got a whole family. You got Paper Route Woo. You got Moosey Grape. You got Grown Hero. You got Keith Law. You got all these other folks, man, that depended on dude, man, to be here. Did you know that his brother was supposed to be the artist at first? But Doc went in the studio and he was bullshit, and he made a hit. And that's how he became famous like this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, see, people don't know. They just do all that talking and don't even be knowing what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? But I had to because, you know, people from other states and stuff, they gonna have their little assumptions. And, you know, it's gonna be like, well, I feel like this. Okay, everybody entitled to an opinion. But, man, at the end of the day, it's facts.
Do you think they're gonna get Gotti?
Me personally, no. Because guess what? Dude got Jay-Z. He got motherfuckers like that on his team.
Mm-hmm.
This shit bigger than what we think it is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, so like you gotta look at the bigger picture on this stuff. You know, I understand what you're saying, like when you say it's gonna be, you know, some more investigating going on and this and that. But man, when you if they said it like God is, man, do trust him.
Mm-hmm.
How we know God didn't sacrifice his brother? That ain't nobody talking about how Juke got you.
Right. No, they're not.
Bring it up damn time. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of other questions that's unanswered out there that people are not even concerned about. But those are the questions that the prosecution should have been asking. They should have been putting all that out there. But all this shoulda, coulda, woulda is just a dream now. The dude gone on about his every way. And guess what? Them folk gone on. The prosecutor gone on. Everybody got paid what they want to get paid. And it's a damn that this man was not in it. Man, quit one of the sports betting motherfuckers I know. Come on, man. Man, stop playing, man.
Let me ask you this. How much do you, because you said, I remember you said that somebody had killed Bobby. How they kill him?
You know, I don't want to go too deep with it. But, you know, motherfuckers on that shit, motherfuckers got him some bad shit. And, you know, it's easy to get a motherfucker out there if they got a habit. What y'all say about the nigga? He got a habit.
Mm-hmm.
So shit, all dude did was put him in bed. So now you feel like you owe this to this man. If a nigga feed you and you ain't got shit and you ain't never been fed like that, get what? You gonna break your neck to keep getting fed.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is, you know what I'm saying? But Memphis needs to come together, man, at the end of the day. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We out here killing each other, man, and get what? We doing what them folk want us to do. That's what they want us to do.
I agree.
Now, I'm very much so for Steve Morrow because he trying to do what he's supposed to do. You know, he ain't no aim and wiring. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, they need to get rid of this Chief Davis and some more people.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So, at the end of the day, blacks need to stick together, man. You know, they're saying they always are the Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
I can't tell.
Yeah.
How do Black Lives Matter when we killing each other?
That's true. I agree.
But man, I send all my blessings and prayers to you, man. I hope your podcast is big, because I see you trying to do something, and I support my blacks. So that's why I called in, man. And I want to put it out there, man. Everybody got their own opinion. I ain't knocking nobody, but it's still facts out there. It ain't nobody looking at it. Everybody want to look over these facts.
I agree.
So, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, hey, who's to say? It might be a Rico come in. And you know when the Rico come in, they getting everybody's name on the list.
Mm-hmm.
And just like you said, and I said, they picked up Juke, because when the feds pick you up, they got you dead to the right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And how they let them go, I don't know. I don't even give a fuck. It's sad that Dolph, he gone, Juke gone, all these black brothers are gone. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So there's my thing. You know what I'm saying? If we can all come together, if God and Dolph would have came together, man, what you think this city would have been like?
It would have been a good thing, but it seems like to me, after you start shooting at somebody, I ain't get ready to connect with nobody that's shooting at me.
True, but how you know it was God is doing it. It could have been a motherfucker just being hard-headed and not listening to God. Because God, at the end of the day, he a businessman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. I love Dolph. I'm paper wrapped to the side back. But you know what I'm saying? Hey, it is what it is. And then, my dog, you supposed to have security up there like that. Man, you ain't supposed to pull up in no cookie shop like you just an ordinary nigga. You ain't ordinary no more. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you ain't gonna kiss God in the city without security. I'm talking about real security. I'm talking about federal officers or police officers escorting them. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's levels and categories to shit. And motherfuckers be losing a track of what I get in life. And that's
Right.
all I'm saying.
All right.
But yeah, man, it was good talking to you again. I ain't gonna call you no more tonight. I'll just let you know. You know what I'm saying? I salute out to you. And I hope God do prevail in this. Because get what? At the end of the day, they might call it a win. But, man, you still got the answer to God. And Matthew 7:1-7 say, do not be judged, then that you should be judged. So I can't judge nobody. But I know what God said. I know what he gonna do. You see what I'm saying? We think we getting away, but at the end of the day, we not.
I agree. So I really hope I hope that his artists, keep their heads and stuff on straight. And I believe it's I believe that justice is gonna prevail. Because Govan was not the mastermind. Technically, he wasn't.
Nah, they just so with that right there,
But he was
how you
involved.
gonna prosecute a dead man?
He was involved.
Yeah, but how you gonna prosecute a dead man? They got a loophole in the case. It was gonna get thrown out anyway.
Mm-hmm.
They got juke down. You see what I'm saying? If you ain't got juke,
well, I wonder why. All right, huh? Well, thank you so much for calling in.
You been say what? You wonder why what?
I said, well, I wonder why they keep saying it's an ongoing investigation if everybody is dead.
That's where the conspiracy, the RICO come in. They look so. See, when they do this, it mean the feds they looking into it. It ain't no, they just like how Tyree Newton case. Yeah, they beat it in the state, but did they beat it in the bed? Hell no. So when the feds get you, they got you dead to the right.
Yeah, that's true.
And you know what I'm saying? People got to start studying their amendment and knowing they rights and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And love your neighbor, man. Ain't no way in hell I'm going to be $100 million and I'm going to be beefing with another $100 million. We going to come together and make some more people some $100 million that's black.
Right.
That's what really supposed to went on.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what my head is. But anyway, I ain't gonna hold you up, baby girl. There's some more people trying to call and stuff. So, I love you, little sis. God bless you. And God bless our family, man. And Paper Rap, man. And CMG. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I feel.
Well, I respect how you feel. Thank you for calling in, darling. I love you too.
Okay, baby.
All right, bye-bye. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, okay? Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do subscribe to the channel. Click the notifications and hit all. Also, if you want to support the channel, you could hit the $ Real Talk with Tamara, or you can hit the super thanks or the super sticker, okay? The line is open, okay? The line is still open. We'll be on we'll be on for about another 45 minutes, so you all can call in. Cypress said, okay, Cypress, where's Steven at? Did Steven want to come up? Because I know Steven was when I talked to Steven today, I could tell he was very upset, to the point he was really quiet. I could hear it in his voice. Yeah, make sure y'all hit that like button for me, okay? Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. He said, I bet drop butt hurt right now. Ninja want to come home. Sandy says, pick up the case. Nene says, and another thing, blacks don't like to see other blacks come up. We won't help each other, but the Mexicans will. The Mexicans help the black people, but we also a culture won't help one another. I agree. We're very, have a covenant spirit. What's that? Jeremiah says, tell him you out of minutes. Damn, keep it moving. Rose Flippin says, yes. Yes, Justice for Dow. What's up, Cypress?
What's going on? Just listening to the rain and tuning in to the show.
So it's raining?
Yeah, it stay raining down here. That's all it do.
That's a beautiful thing. I wish it was raining here.
What's going on, everybody?
No, nothing much. I saw you had your page rocking today.
Yeah, because the verdict kind of shocked me. I wasn't expecting that.
Really?
Jeff the dog, what's up?
I was kind of expecting it because I saw that the prosecutors had did a piss poor job.
Yeah, shout out to Jefferson Dog. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Steven. Shout out to all the dog fans all around the world, man. First and foremost, you know what I'm saying? Me personally, I'm gonna keep it real. Call a ball, strike. Y'all finding him not guilty is one thing. But let me keep it 100% real. But straight up corruption in everybody's face is a whole different thing.
Mm-hmm.
What they did today, total criminal, totally foul. I mean, they didn't even hide the corruption in this shit. Letting him off and finding him not guilty one thing, but corruption, cold game. Like the dude said, if you poor and black, it's a problem. So I hope everybody caught on to what he was saying.
Justice for Dow says, Cypress TV, one of the prosecutors was the Cruz old girlfriend. She knew quit.
What that is, the fix was in.
Well, I mean, that's believable because it was just hard for me to believe that a prosecutor could be that damn dumb and not do no research, not know nothing. She knew nothing. She just sat there.
Yeah, man, like y'all know I'm a CMG guy forever. But and I ain't just blaming them, but like it is to have total corruption on public display, flat out.
Well, Cypress, why are you a CMG guy and forever? And here's the thing: why are you able to acknowledge that things was done wrong with the police department, but you're not able to acknowledge that Yo Gotti was a part of this conspiracy and funneled that money to these people to finally take this man out that he had been trying to take out?
Because deep down, I don't feel like Yo Gotti did nothing. Now I feel like I feel like he knew what probably was gonna happen on both ends. I do. But do I think he just got in the street and met up with these guys?
No, he sent Juke to do it. We know he didn't do that. He sent Juke to do it.
Nah, I just don't see it, and I would never see it that way. But I think what happened today was That's wrong, man. I gotta admit it was wrong. And I'm gonna be the dude that I'm gonna keep it 100 no matter. And I know I'm
Well,
gonna
you know I'm gonna keep it 100 because you know I already know that this was initiated by Yo Gotti and his brother. Unfortunately, his brother lost his life. He lost his life. You know, he participated. I don't know if it was karma. I don't know what it was. But I don't believe that Juke would have carried this out if he didn't have the backing of his brother. We do know he had the backing of his brother's money. So I can't understand why Yo Gotti's money would be in, but Yo Gotti as a person wouldn't. That's weird.
I don't know. I just don't feel like Yo Gotti. I feel like he knew some shit was gonna happen. Do I think he was gonna stop it? No. But do I think he just initiated? No, I don't think that.
Justice for Dow
But
says Lambert and Gotti's money. So
well,
Lambert helped Gotti to pay for the hit on Young Dolph. That's what you're saying, Justice for Dow?
man, Lambert an old gangster. He ain't on all that. Shout out to Lambert.
I don't know who Lambert is.
Oh, he their uncle. He's the old gangster.
Who Yo Gotti's uncle?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He don't know that. I don't know how Jennifer Doll come up with that, but shout out to Jennifer Doll.
Well, it's probably true.
I mean, I'm not saying it ain't got a possibility of truth to it. I'm just saying Cypress don't know. That's it.
Oh, he said correction. They use Lambert's drug money because Juke and Gotti are tied into legal investments. For example, DC United.
Well, I don't know about that.
Smoothie Cake says Lambert was on the call log.
Yeah, he was on Juke's call log. He was on Straight Drop call log.
Now, why would he be on Straight Drop's call log?
You got that Straight Drop there. I don't know. I looked at both. He was on Straight Drop call log and he was on Juke's call log.
Because he had not even been knowing Juke long enough to be knowing Lambert.
Yeah. You know what? You might be on the song, Tim. Yeah, might be on the song.
Davin, yes, sure can. Justice, he says, can't beat a federal. Justice for Dow says because Lambert gave Straight Drop $100K at the smoke shop. Oh.
Oh, but that's why the call log came up there. Okay. It all makes sense now. Shout out to Justin for Dow for putting that together. But no, yeah, Lambert old gangster, man. I don't know, but well, I think he I don't know. You pretty much right, Justin Fidolf. I can't argue with that. But do I think this goes any further? No, he's not on. Well, they call him Unc, but they call Juke Unc too. They call a lot of them Unc, to be honest. True. Lambert, Zebo, a lot of them. Yeah, he got that old money. Now, you know what's up. He got that old money. But yeah, I don't know though, man. Rose, salute to you. Everybody called.
No, they didn't call Juke Unc. They called him Big Juke. They didn't call him Unc.
Some of them called him Unc, man. Come on, don't start.
Ain't none of them call him Unc. Ain't none of them called
The people that the people that I know on the inside that y'all don't know. I have been around. They call them.
Well, we're not talking about them. We talk about straight dropping them. Them boys they call them Big Juke.
Well, I wasn't talking about. I'm saying like I've been around with a couple of.
Well, I don't know them. We talk about them Truly Mafia boys and stuff. They call them Big Juke.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I wasn't talking about that. But I have been around, all that I know on the inner circle. Yeah,
they call Head Unc.
Yeah, they call Zebo Unc too.
And Zebo.
Yeah.
So, Straight Drop kept saying he got to get his money from Unc.
Yeah.
He wasn't talking about Juke. Because he called him Big Juke.
Who knows? But
he said the main line.
I ain't got no reason to lie. I actually know these people. Been around these, but I wasn't talking about Truly. I'm talking about like people that, that look up to him like, oh, you know what I'm saying?
He said that's why they say you lying, Cypher. Cypress, they say you capping, Cypher.
Why ain't that the celebration? Because number one, I'm not in Tennessee.
What? Look, Cypher, J Drop. Oh Lord, J. Now J. Some days I don't know. Look, J Dropper, they saying calling you cornbread, Cypress. They calling you cornbread now.
Hell, I'm gonna need some cornbread here for the song, goddamn, because it's over to get cold now.
Infinity Love says our hearts remain with the Thornton family and the entire Memphis community. The outcome of this trial is a profound injustice, a travesty that leaves us all heartbroken. Yeah.
I mean, I don't like to see nobody go to jail. I like to see. I'm a huge fan of street justice. I don't like to see nobody go to jail. Everybody know me. Know I'm a fan of street justice. Man.
Justice right now says Memphis needs a protest.
Where is that a protest? They said
I wish somebody in Rose. I wish somebody had screenshotted. She said Key Glock. He said, Miss T, you done shook the live with this one. He said, I wish somebody had screenshotted it.
What?
He said, I shook the live. What'd I do?
What live you shook?
He says, me too. I am a fan of street justice.
Muffin, hey baby, what's going on? Shout out to all the women in here. Enjoy a little God in here. Hey, enjoy a little God, where you at?
They said Key Glock post is on the blogs.
Enjoy a little God in here. I know everything gonna be all right.
He said Cypress been up all day, no nap. Govan better get him a U-Haul truck and get the hell up out of Memphis. I would be surprised if Govan is still living in Memphis.
Nickname they should have been. No, he ain't in Memphis. He's smart. He get the hell on. I hope Stanley passed the word down to you from old Cypress. Man, get the hell on, man. Don't be trying to hang around and play bets with Quinn and shit. Take that shit somewhere else, man. Get on. God, man, you smart, you get on. Here come a troll. Hey, y'all. Handle Black Swan down there in the comment moderator. Can y'all do something with Black Swan down there in the comment? We trying to save him from getting cussed out. Can somebody handle him down there? Thank you, moderator.
They said Key Glock says Key Glock reacts to Hernandez Govan walking free. My city failed, but what's new? Long live Dow.
Hey, Memphis always have failed. Her soft sort of shape face. Man,
Black
but
Swan.
today,
Hold on, Cypress. Black Swan says this lady sounds as if she has no issues with criminals going free. Black Swan, Black Swan, Black Swan, please. Black Swan, I just read a scripture. That's the only reason why I ain't get ready to cuss your motherfucking ass out. Take your black ass on and swim on. Go on back to the swamps and leave me alone. Did y'all block it? Block it. Block it. Lady, go on. Because it sounds like just go on. Go on with your life. Go on. I'm going to let you make it.
I have never heard about that. I just read a scripture and take your motherfucking ass home.
Well, you know how I get. I get worse than that, but I'm doing good. I pray for him.
I tried to help you, Black Swan. The moderator just didn't move fast enough. Hey, all I can say is I tried.
Well, you know, I had to have read a scripture because I would have got, I would have did worse than that. Oh my God.
My grandma used to do the same shit. And then she'd be cousin. That man, she praying and then she get mad at me. I be all type of black motherfucker. I'm like, you just left church, you going to hell. Playing with the Lord like that. Come on.
J Dropper, what are you trying to say? You're not trying to accuse Daddy O of anything, are you? How come we ain't heard from Yo Gotti? He the one that did it. He paid these. He the reason for all of this. I don't know why folks.
Allegedly.
It ain't no allegedly. I'm trying to understand why people don't have no issues with trying to blame Paper Route and blame Daddy O and all of them when Yo Gotti had been constantly trying to kill the damn man. They get mad at me because I don't cut no corners on it.
Yo Gotti ain't shot at that man not one time.
They're supposed to do it.
We gotta.
He was giving people deals. He had people around him doing it.
Hey, listen, man. I tell y'all what. This is what I'm gonna do. This is what Cypher's gonna do, y'all. And she is adamant about Yo Gotti. She's having something. I just don't feel that way. But hey, look, if they bring charges, get what? I will say I'm wrong. Shout out to Steven for coming out saying he was wrong. He big enough. Shout out to Steven.
Why would Steven have to say what he say he was wrong about?
Oh, well, he said Govan was going to prison. He came out. He shouted him out. He was mad everywhere. Said, if you don't go,
why would Steven shout Govan out?
He didn't shout Govan. I said Stanley. He was the Govan.
I was ready to say, and the only reason I said that, Steven, I mean, if he feels like okay, so he apologized for saying he was going to jail, but I mean, if a person feels that somebody was involved, I don't know why he would be apologizing for that.
Yeah, y'all can't blame Daddy over here. That's the ultimate sin.
No, don't y'all blame Daddy ain't did nothing.
Well, I don't know, Daddy.
Infinity Love. It says, Tamara, thank you so much for using your platform to speak truth to power. It's incredible how resilient you've been over the past 4 years. Thank you so much. Y'all know they've done everything to try to run me up off of here. I guess they finally realized that I guess I might be just as crazy as them. I'm just more functioning crazy.
But I do think
It's
it's
bad shit crazy.
But I do think it might be some indictments coming down, y'all.
You
I
already
don't
know it's
know.
gonna be some indictments.
You know what? Y'all ain't finna like what I'm gonna say though, but I think it's gonna be some indictments on both sides. I ain't talking about no damn rapper before y'all get to talk about some Key Glock ain't did nothing and this one ain't. I ain't talking about no goddamn rappers. I'm talking about three people. Three people that actually do bullshit.
Justice Dawson says gonna be a whole lot of indictments.
No, Cypress is not getting arrested, positive vibe. Cypress is out there goddamn way. I'm on the sideline sipping me what I'm sipping and out the way. You still can be proven guilty and still be innocent. Well, we seen that today. Hey, Gina. That's another pretty woman now. Lord have mercy. I digress. Jordan God, where you at? I see Jordan God in here. I know everything gonna be all right.
Cypress, you must be drinking on your alkaline water.
No, not tonight. It's raining like hell. I ain't going out there.
Well, that's when people get zooted up. You might have already had you some.
No, actually, I've been chilling, waiting on. Yeah, they do, Lily. Oh, there go Jordan. I know everything gonna be all right now. I see Jordan God in the comments. And shit, I know I see Jordan God in the comments. I know I'm in the right place tonight, amen. God, yes, Lord.
Y'all, the lines are still open. Call in. I promise you, that caller that called in, that secretary. At first, I thought it was Kenny Money, but as I started listening to him more, because somebody just said sound like a whole lot of everything. Then somebody said it was Fabo. I don't know. He kind of sounded like Kenny Money, but then as he started talking more, I was like, I don't know if that's Kenny Money.
I thought it was Gangsta Black. He fell like just waking up.
You thought it was Gangsta?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, baby. You know, I be checking your show out. That was wrong with the deal. I was like, what the hell they got going on over here? I don't know. It might have been, you know, all them.
He sure said, little sis.
Hey man, all them South Men people sound like this shit.
Shout out to South Memphis, okay?
Shout out to South Memphis. They got the best crackheads in the city of Memphis.
I ain't never look. I'm gonna tell you something. I don't see no crackheads in South Memphis, and I'm not just saying like I don't see crackheads in South Memphis. I don't see them.
Shout out to South Memphis, man. Shout out to Gangsta Black. But nah, man, I'm ready for the case to be over.
Well, that ain't about to happen. We got a long time ago.
I thought it was gonna end today. To be honest, Midtown ain't no joke. Midtown, where in Memphis? Bruh, niggas ain't hanging out in Midtown in Memphis, bruh. I hope you ain't talking about it. Okay. I hope you ain't talking about Midtown Memphis. Man. I don't know no brothers that be hanging out in Midtown Memphis.
I tell you.
Hey, if in the love say I'm on some bullshit, yeah, I'm always on some bullshit. Shout out to Cat
Y'all just live in Midtown. It's a
Midtown,
Lou Rawls weekend.
Midtown Memphis.
Y'all run the lights up for me. Y'all, the line is open. If you want to call in, let me see if anybody has tried to call in.
Call in so I can tell you y'all wrong.
maybe everybody they've already eaten and they chilling out. Accessory after the fact for Cyprus. Okay. Y'all hit that like button for me. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. Anyways, I guess we just have to wait on the, because I mean, I don't, it's definitely not over. I just hope Govan don't go and he said that no, I didn't see Youngster post anything today. If Govan's still dealing with CMG, he probably don't need to deal with him no more, do he? Cypress. Because it is not over until the fat restaurant owner sings. He said, sure did. Steve Jobs lived there a few months before he died. Some said he was trying to get some good black strong organs from the many organ donors, aka dead black kids in Memphis. Is Steve Jobs dead? If that's what he was trying to do, I'm glad he done croaked. It's sure a lot of black kids going missing around the Memphis area. It seems like it's over. Yeah, I think people are just shocked. But hey, we heard them say, regardless, we heard them say it is still an ongoing investigation. I sure would hate to believe that Dabney took some money from anybody, because I used to work up there with Dabney. He was a straight up thug. Now, Dabney was a thug, but he was cool. Hey, this is Tamara.
Hey, what's up, Tam?
What's up?
Hey, yeah. Hey, this is JT. I'm calling you back from last night too.
Okay.
And it kind of played out the way I told you last night. I felt like they hadn't proved their case, not against him. They really didn't have enough evidence against him.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say he didn't do it. They didn't have enough evidence against this guy.
Right.
And the reason I'm surprised, camera, because the handwriting was kind of on the wall. Okay, he's charged with, unalive dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they let him out if they had enough evidence against him?
I think it was because something might have been worked out behind the scenes. I never said anything about it, but I just always believed that it was something that was worked out, because they let him out and then they gave him a low bond, and that's because it was something that was worked out. And I think during the course of him being out, they continuously tried to work out something, but he didn't want to do any time. I don't think he wanted to do any time, and so they were never able to really come to any. He may have held back, but it seemed like to me he still threw some stuff out there, because I think what they wanted, if he gave it up, he didn't want to have to do any time. So since he done had to fight and get off, he probably ain't gonna give him. He ain't gonna give him nothing now, maybe.
I mean, if you ain't got to go, I wouldn't go either. But I saw it like this: if you don't let this man out, either he done two things. You will either turn state evidence against you, a witness for the state, or either they just didn't have enough evidence against him, and they wanted him to pretty much send himself to jail. Take a plea. If you offer me 20 years and I know I ain't got nothing to lose, I'm not taking those 20 years. You just got to, show your hand. Let me see what you got in the discovery, and then we'll go from there. So, I mean, that's kind of how I see it. And, I've been listening to people saying, that the feds gonna pick up? What are they gonna pick up? They can't retry this man. That's called a double jeopardy. That's the Fifth Amendment. So you can't retry him. Even if the
But
feds want to pick it
they
up.
can't retry him on those charges. But if there may be some more that they can try him on. If he's
That's true.
if there is him that they want. But I kind of don't even. I'm like the other caller. I kind of think that the feds have been aiming for something bigger. I think they got their eyes on the sparrow.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say this though, Tom, and you know, hey, we agree to disagree on a few things. If they couldn't get him, they not touching Govan. You know, and I'm a dog fan, and I like the Govan too. Don't get me wrong. I'm from North Memphis. I'm from the old Ridgecrest back in the '90s. So hey, you ain't get him. You ain't touching Govan. That's just the bottom line to that.
Well, I think that they had sufficient evidence for him. You had the prosecutors that fumbled everything. They didn't know how to respond to motions that was being filed, and that defense attorney saw that he had some inexperienced prosecutors that didn't know terminology, that didn't know anything, and he did the moonwalk on their damn faces.
Hey, you know what, Cameron? What happened to the lead prosecutor, the white guy?
Why would they take him off? He was the one that would have been familiar with the case and everything. That's why I say I kind of believe, you know, I be hating to say it. And one of the reasons I be hating to say it is because when I go, well, you know, I believe it was some shit in the game. Why would he do that? Folks take that. Yeah, because you know it was this. I can't deal with when people get all these grand conspiracies. Like I kind of don't be wanting to deal with that. And so because they get real creative with it, and my nerves is really bad. But I do believe that it was something. It was something that was not right. Why would you take a veteran prosecutor that was on the case, that knew the case extremely well, and throw some rookie prosecutors that didn't know a fucking thing on the case? That's really weird.
Yeah, that is baffling. If they actually took him off the case, or you can look at it like this here. I mean, just hindsight. Maybe he saw that it wasn't enough evidence, and you know he took himself off the case. You ever looked at it from this standpoint?
He can't take himself off the case. He has to be on whatever case that the DA assigned to him.
Well, if that's the case, then Cameron, like you said, the prosecution they fumbled. You know, and I'm looking at it like this though, Cameron. You can look at a lot of these high-profile cases. I mean, you know, you got these prosecutions, they overcharging people. You know, you can go back and look at the Young Thug trial. They overcharged him. You saw what happened. The Diddy trial, they overcharged him. You saw what happened. The A$AP Rocky trial, they overcharged him. And I mean, you know, it's like a pattern. You know, you can throw a lot of charges on a person and just hope something sticks. I mean, whether you have enough evidence to convict these people or not. And the only person who I see who took a plea is Boosie. And I know he's probably looking at the way these people win these cases. He probably got some regrets. But like my son said, he got kind of caught red-handed. So I don't know, Tom. I'm sort of like you. I'm not going to say this man was squeaky clean. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say that. But I just don't think they had enough evidence to convict him, because I felt like if they had enough evidence to lock this man up, he would have been locked up. You had P. Diddy locked up, and P. Diddy hadn't unalived anybody. But you would let this man walk free, but he had a homicide charge hanging over his head. It just wasn't adding up.
Right.
And that's pretty much it, gentlemen. That's all I wanted to call. So I just want to call. Last thing. This dude called in last night behind me. You know, and that was the second time he called behind me and pretty much insinuated I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. And he guaranteed them people getting convicted and all that, like he know how the judicial system works. Yeah, his smart ass needs to just take a back seat and stay out of Memphis business. I mean, he don't know how it works down here. And that's it, Tom.
All right, honey. Thank you for calling in. Bye-bye.
Who that?
That was JC from out of North Memphis.
North Memphis in the building. Shout out to him. He said he thought about stay out. I kind of know who he's talking about.
I don't even remember.
That's what we talking about. Right?
Hey, this is Tamara.
Hey, Tamara, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm with what you were saying yesterday, and I apologize. You said you did say just because you found not guilty don't mean you innocent. That's all I had to say about it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I appreciate you taking my call.
No problem. Thank you.
All right.
Bye bye.
Also got the T-Mobile ringtone.
Shout out. I've been, the line been hot. People got something to say, and I be wanting to hear it. I love hearing the differences of opinions as it relates to people. I really hope that Quet changes his life. When he feels that urge, just know that he was able to walk this time, but when he feels that urge, somebody says something to him, somebody comes to him with some money, because some of these people love money. When he feels that urge, he got to understand that if he participated in this with Young Dog, he's still gonna have to pay. He needs to just walk away, rededicate his life to the Lord, and just go underground. But I got a feeling that he already taken interviews with Vlad, booking interviews with Vlad. I think in all these bigger platforms, that might be the worst thing that he could do.
Yeah, because Vlad gonna make you talk about the case.
Well, they goes and talk about it because that Vlad pays them good money. I tell you,
you got a
when you pay he paid good money for them to get themselves indicted.
Hey man, Quit, listen. Time proper, man. Don't be
Quit can call. I know he in the bushes. He can call in now. Hey, this is Tamara.
Miss Tam.
Yes.
How y'all feeling?
I'm feeling good. Who am I speaking with?
Oh, it's straight to the point. You already know it.
Oh, what's up? Straight to the point.
What's up, my brother?
Well, Tam don't know this, but Cypress already knows how I feel about this whole thing. So just go ahead and get your popcorn ready. And salute to the chat. Now, first and foremost, how I'm feeling about this whole entire thing, Tam, as well as Cypress, is that Manny, you can say what you want to. You don't gotta like him. You don't have to like his arguments, opening and closing, what he presented. But you do gotta respect that man. And let me tell you why. Because he poked holes pretty much in not only the people that came up there, but also in the prosecution. Listen, man, the prosecution, they need to go back to law school. Whoever passed the bar or whatever they did, they would have had a better chance of having Tam and Cypress up there as a prosecution. Because what they did was sloppy. Then on top of that, what I've been saying time and time again in the chat, you put a junkie, a guy that can't even do anything straight. He can't even talk. He don't even know his ABCs, man. My 8-year-old daughter could have got up there and gave a better statement than what he did. He didn't know what he was doing. I call him Woody because he need to be thanking. Govan need to be thanking Cornelius Cornbread, whatever whatever his name is. I mean, Corn Junkie, whatever it is, man. This dude was. I mean, he was awful. And then on top of that, you brought the girl in there, his girlfriend. Tam, you in law enforcement. You around the court and everything. How the hell you gonna come in there dressed like that?
Yeah, but listen, let me say this, because I know people was saying, you know, how could she come in there dressed like that? What people got to take into consideration is you probably this probably is a young lady that don't have a suit, don't know anything about proper dressing, and she, you know, probably thought, you know, putting on that with some nice tennis shoes was was being dressed nicely.
Right, but she'll do anything to cover up anything for they do. They'll do anything to go get pills. They'll do anything to cover up the dumb shit that they did to Dolph. Come on, Chad.
Yeah.
I would have said to an older auntie or older, you know, older something, hey, I got court today, I got to look presentable.
Yeah.
Information.
If she would have had somebody to tell her.
You know, and then I got to go back to this, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let the lines go because I've already pretty much spoke my piece on this. No evidence that they had really stuck. I mean, if they want to sit up there and they want to say, well, yeah, Govan was here, Govan was there, all this other stuff. Manny made the MPD, like I've been saying time and time again, look as sloppy and corrupt as they have been. Just like in previous crimes. And then they would have had a better chance of having, what's the name from the first 48? I think her name is Caroline.
Yeah, but she's not an investigator anymore. Caroline is an inspector, but I think she is over all of the investigations bureau, but she wasn't at they just put her over that. They just put her over that.
Basically what I'm saying is that he was able to poke holes in everything that happened. We could sit up there and we could be like, oh, yeah. They were predicated on emotion and speculation. Oh, yeah, he did this and he did that. They didn't prove anything. Now, yeah, he got to get out of Memphis. You know, that, I mean, if anything, shoot, I could get out of the country, really. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was telling Ty. You know what I'm saying? I'm being sick. Yeah, you got to get out of there.
Well, do you think that Govan told on other people?
I already know what you're getting at. You talking about, like, you know, the top dollars and all that?
No, I'm just saying anybody. Do you think that he gave them some of what they wanted?
I don't know. I'm not at liberty to say, could he have spilled some information? Yeah. But if we're leaning towards this time, if we're trying to say, oh yeah, well, you know, Yo Gotti gonna get touched and all this other stuff, look, man, I'm sorry to say, they're not touching Gotti. Okay, they're not touching Gotti.
Okay, I'm gonna let you finish, and then I'm gonna ask the question.
Not gonna be no Nico, Vico, Tico, Rico, none of that stuff. Listen, they not touching them.
Why not? They just so you don't believe them when they said that there's an ongoing investigation. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, and I respect your opinion, why do people think that Gotti? Why are people putting Gotti in the place of a god? As if they had touched Diddy, Gotti ain't nearly as big as Diddy. So why is Gotti being put in a place that of God as if he can't be touched?
No. I'm not gonna put him in the place of God at all, because there's, you know, he's not the creator. He ain't the most high. Any of that other stuff. Anybody can be touched. But in this situation, no. Now, I want to go back to what you just said just a whole second ago about her saying there's an ongoing investigation. She shouldn't have did that, Tam. She shouldn't have said that in the closing argument. And I know the chat may disagree. They may agree with me. Cypress, he may disagree. He may agree with me. But she shouldn't have did that in the closing argument. What you think?
Well, normally when there is a federal investigation, they're not supposed to speak about it. They're not supposed to. So when you saw that people were kind of trying to even, you know, avoid even saying anything, or they basically didn't say anything, normal, they're not supposed to reveal when there's some type of federal investigation going on.
So now you talk about Gotti, about him being everybody putting him in the place of God and all this other stuff. Look, the people that did this, pretty much have already got their punishment. You got the crack junkie that don't even know how to do anything straight, can't even handle a gun straight. He's locked up, don't even know how to lie straight, don't know how to do anything straight. We thought he was gonna get some more time and get out and everything. They just used his ass just like they used him on the street or whatever, and said that he was gonna get this amount of money and ended up getting 800. Okay. Then on top of that, you had a better chance of having straight drop on there, getting on there on the stand and saying that, because he's actually more believable because he seems like a little bit more level-headed and stuff instead of putting him on there. But he's like that. And of course, everything that ties everything together, he's gone. He's dead and just. So that's pretty much, to me, Tim, in my humble opinion, it's over.
Okay.
Now, RIP to, I want people to know this. If you think that, oh yeah, you were CMG or you were, no, I ain't with none of this. Because Cypress knows how I feel on this situation. I want all this shit to stop. Excuse my language.
Right.
I don't kill each other at all. I really wish that they could have just, hey, if you had a problem with Don, you should just, put some boxing gloves on or something like that and do it the old school way, the backyard way, how we used to do Tam and Cypress. But we don't live in that. We don't live in that society no more. So, but anyways, I ain't gonna get all philosophical. I thank you for.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up.
All right.
All right. Bye. Yeah, make sure y'all hit the like button. Well, we all have a difference of opinion, and we have to respect that. But I was listening to them avoid trying to speak about, certain things. Manny was able to lie. Because he knew that Juke had been picked up, but they didn't call him on it. So Tamara know the law, and she got plenty of common sense. Ray Brown says Govan they claim Juke was the orchestrator. Well, we know that Juke, once Gotti and them said, Gotti and whoever else it is that they're trying to get, they had Juke to go, and once they decided that Dolph had to go, they sent Juke out there to try to get some people. We know that's how it happened.
What happened?
Once Gotti and them came to a decision that Dolph had to go, they told Juke to go ahead and push that button, and he got out there and tried to and got Govan them together. Got told, well, he went to Govan to see if Govan knew of some people that would be willing to take the hit. That's what happened.
No, you could be right. I don't know. But I think the man who orchestrated this, he did.
One of the ones that orchestrated this is dead. You're right.
I don't think they'll never be able to. I don't think.
And why does it seem like God is okay with his brother being dead?
What the hell else he supposed to be? I mean,
it seems like he okay.
Listen, let me word this right, because I don't want to. I'm quite sure he hurt about his brother being dead. I mean, but what do people expect God to do? His brother dead, you move on. I mean, ain't nothing he can do but move on with his life. His brother dead, he ain't coming back, he dead. You move on. So I think that could have been.
Well, it's a lot of people. It's a whole lot of people, Cypress. Now we got to be honest. It's a lot of people around Memphis that say they feel like Gotti had something to do with what happened to his brother.
I ain't gonna say he had nothing to do with his brother, but let me say this: if it was to come out that he had something to do with his brother, I wouldn't be shocked. But I don't think he had nothing to do with his brother. No, he ain't had nothing to do with his brother. Do I think he know what happened to his brother who had something to do with it? Yeah. Do I think it's gonna come out? Yeah. Do I? And that's it. I'll leave that at that. I ain't gonna say nothing else. I think it'll be best to leave that where it is. But I think it will come out. Yeah.
Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button for me. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. We got y'all listen, we got 20
Rich Rule 72 Investment. Salute to you, my brother.
we got 15 more minutes on here. We got 15 more minutes. Y'all want to call in? Anybody that was in Young Doss camp, if you're listening to this, I would appreciate it if you all would call in and let us know how you're doing, how you're feeling, and all of that. If you were in Young Doss camp or close to any of his artists, I would appreciate it if you all would call in.
Yeah,
Grow
I really.
Hero, if you listening, call in. You know, I ain't got no money to pay you. Thank you, Rich Rules 72 for the cash app, darling. I appreciate it so much.
She said, "Cyber change your profile. Come change it for me." But what she say? Yeah, I read it. Yeah, I know exactly where it's going. The Bible, bro. I know exactly where it's going. We're gonna talk about the Bible, bro. Just hit me up, I guess. I know exactly where that's going.
Hi, this is Tamara.
Hi, this is Dolores from Tacoma, Washington.
Hi, Miss Dolores.
Yeah, I left you a message earlier yesterday because I was trying to find your number because you guys kept saying that he had a black eye. Let me turn you down on my TV.
Okay.
Everybody was talking yesterday, but I thought he had a black eye. But see, if you notice his face, he got 3 teardrops there. They should have put a picture up with those. When you kill somebody, you can
Absolutely. They didn't even do that.
They should have put a picture of him with that makeup on, and they should have put a picture of him with those things, and then they'd have found out that he is a kind of a hitman. He had killed before.
Yeah.
And I kept on saying, why everybody keeps talking about he got a black eye? I feel if you look at it really good, and look at the top of his head and down to his right there on below his cheek, that is makeup. They hid those teeth and they put makeup on it so he look innocent.
Yeah. They didn't even, you could tell they didn't even do the research because they didn't even look at him.
No, because but even the picture they be putting up on the slides, you can still see that they haven't. If you look at the picture that they're putting up with him and Big Juke, you can see the teardrops on his face.
Mm-hmm.
But they should have pointed that out.
But I was going to say, but they didn't even point it out.
And I said, they keep on saying that's makeup. He got a black eye. I said, that is makeup. That is makeup. But anyway, I think that the people who were the prosecutors yesterday, God forgive me for this, but they did their best. I don't want to dog the sisters, but they should not have had those 2 girls up there. At least one of them should have been experienced.
Right. They had two inexperienced one. I'm gonna tell y'all, them girls so inexperienced. Those girls are so inexperienced.
They were amateurs.
Those girls are so inexperienced. I was told that those girls was in court one day, and it was a high profile case. As a matter of fact, the case had been on the news, and those girls were so unprepared that the guy had a state appointed attorney, and they were so unprepared. They didn't have nothing. And so the guy said, well, throw the case out. The public defender said, throw the case out. And they said the judge was like, well, y'all don't have anything. So I'm forced to that. They had to run. They said they had to run, and they was already going to bring some more charges against him. They had to run and hurry up and try and go get an indictment for that. That's how inexperienced they was. The guy was getting ready to walk free. A damn serial killer almost.
Yes, but this is when I knew they were gonna lose. Okay, when the last one got up there and she goes, he went to this house, to get help, blah, blah, blah. And then she goes, and the reason why he didn't go over 2 houses over to Govan's house is because he might have killed them. Well, why would you say that? Did you hear when she said that?
Yeah, just crazy.
I said, how she gonna say she thought he would kill them when they want their money? Oh, I was like, help these people. I knew it was doomed. They were doomed. You know.
The Lord Almighty said those white girls did the makeup. I bet they did.
They did. White girls did that makeup because you can see it. If you look on top of his head, by his ear, it goes above his ear, and it's like a square, like they sprayed it or something. They should have did his whole head and face. I said, nobody want somebody to look and see.
They put bags up under his eyes. I'm gonna tell you something. They play all kind of games. Remember, he had them bags up under his eyes that they did it. They did. They put all kinds of makeup on him.
They puffed him up, but see, they put that stuff in there on those black spots, and then the other eye, he got that little thing. Look at this picture here, a regular picture of him, and then look at him with that makeup on. But yeah, they make up him down. And they had the wrong color, but they were white.
They was making him look sick because he looked casket ready.
Well, yeah, but they did that because they didn't know what color to match him up with. They were trying to get rid of those tattoo things. Because if they brought out his record that he had, all the stuff that he had done, and then she could have brought up about those things. This is a killer thing in the gang world. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They were just, oh. And sometimes I was watching this, and I was really rooting for him, but I found myself just clenching my hands and clenching my blanket. I was like, where did they get these girls from? And I think that guy with the white hair, what's his name? They're talking about
Mulroy.
Yeah.
He did that. He did it on purpose.
But I think, don't one of those two girls that were supposed to be the prosecutors know somebody in his family or something?
Well, somebody was saying that their prosecutor, the one that had on that blue jacket, the one that was walking around looking like she didn't know what was going on. She used to date one. They say she used to date one of Govan's friends.
That's what somebody said. They said that a friend is an indirect friend with somebody with his cousins or something, but she knows somebody is just with that family. So I don't know if she played dumb to let him get off, or she just was just dumb.
I tell you, she
was just dumb. I know you don't want to talk about her because you might see him when you cross him at your
Well,
job.
no, she did a piss poor job, both of them.
They were terrible.
They just studied their case. They didn't know anything about their case.
No, she wouldn't. And I don't even know why they brought that. Why would you bring a medical person up there to describe all the wounds he got? What did it have to do with him? Nothing. Why did he bring that lady up there? And then the same thing that the picture did is the same thing she said. And I said, what does she have to do? They know he's dead. They know who shot him. That's not part of the case. The case is find out directly how he tied himself into these people and he's a mastermind killer. How he got killed was irrelevant. And she said they were for 15 minutes maybe. Mm-hmm. That was dumb. I was like, why did she got these people up there? Everybody know why she's dead. Why he's dead. So I just didn't. It was awful. It was awful. I think they set that up. because I don't see how a person who worked on a case all that time to get the first two convicted, and then when they're supposed to be the mastermind who set everything up, you bail out and let two amateurs do it. There's something wrong with that picture. Maybe something might come out later. Maybe they're saving it for Gotti.
Yeah.
So, because I don't care. I still think they're making people believe that it's over. Yeah, the state, but I don't think they're done with Gotti. Because when that guy told the truth about how they brought that money, how he told his own lawyer, yeah, he got the money. So either he gonna lose his job for ethical reasons, or they gonna get Gotti, because something's gonna come about that. Because that's definitely RICO. You take your money across from Memphis, Tennessee, to Atlanta, wherever he is in the hills of Georgia. So I think more should come of that too.
I agree.
Yes. Well, anyway, it was nice talking to you.
Well, thank you for calling in.
Yes.
All right. Bye-bye. Hi, this is Tamara. Hello? Okay, I guess they hung up. Yeah, make sure y'all hit that like button, okay?
Yeah, hit the button.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, did someone just call Tamara?
Oh, yes, this is Parker. I'm from California. I've been watching the case all day,
Mm-hmm.
and I got some insiders and misses, and they told me that this was a boomerang case. And what is a boomerang case? Is mean the inside of Shelby County paid for this case, and the reason why they paid for the case, because they had the money to run this case in literally 3 days. What case do you know, a murder case, a high profile case, in 3 days?
Well, I mean, when there's a lot of evidence, they don't. I mean, when there's not, it seemed like to me the case had star witness and all that. The defense didn't have anybody, but hell, once they saw that the state went no good, they didn't really need to call anybody because they was gonna call Trayon Ingram or Owens or whatever.
I heard that the inside mafia paid for the lawyers.
Who was that?
And it's a mafia. It's called the inside mafia, where they had to bring Govan. Govan was the piece to this, and he had to not take the plea, because if he had took the plea, he would have messed the whole case up. So they had to put him on the stand to cover up the mastermind. He's the connect.
Mm-hmm.
The connect is Govan.
Mm-hmm.
But since there's no evidence, he's going to get not guilty, because guess what? There was no evidence other than a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
And the phone call really don't prove anything without concrete evidence that we can see. I mean, we know leading up to the murder, it was 20 calls made. I mean, they sell drugs and pills, but after the murder, it slowly dropped. There was no more calls.
Mm-hmm.
And this is I think also it should have been accessory to the murder, not conspiracy. Because once you do conspiracy, now it's in a different realm than accessory.
Right. Okay.
Now you get to weigh out. Okay, he wasn't accessory to the murder, but guess what? If we could do conspiracy would make it okay. He planned this.
Right. Well, caller, Hey, listen, I definitely understand what you're saying. We got because we got 5 more minutes. There are other people calling in. I appreciate you calling. What part of California? You called in before, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I called it before. Yes.
Okay, well, I thank you for calling in.
All right. Thank
Bye bye.
Have a nice night, sir.
All right, you guys. Y'all hit that like button. Also support the channel, you guys. Hit the Cash App or the Super Thing. Support the channel. Yeah, so we're going to continuously be pushing for justice for young Dolph until there is justice in totality, and we know justice in totality is Yo Gotti getting indicted. Okay, him and probably Head and some of the rest of them. Okay,
Oh my God.
because it was more than him that wanted young Dolph gone.
Yeah, yeah. You might be
This
right.
has to
Hey,
be a joke. It must be time for me to go to bed.
yeah, man, we talk about God over here, not the mafia. Nobody wants to wake up to no surprises. We want to sleep good.
Well, we blesses the Lord at all times. But I want to say this. I want to pull this up. Y'all know I have to do this before I get off, and I'm tired. I am tired. It's real. I'm taking a shower. I'm going straight to bed. Go look and Govan. Like I said, when that demon tries to rise up, just resist it. No more that spirit of that demon of when all those evil thoughts start coming into your head about taking money for unethical things, or if somebody says something you don't like, wanting to kill them. Okay, rebuke that demon in the name of Jesus, because I don't think God gonna spare you this time. Okay, the next time He's not gonna spare you. But Galatians 6:7 says, "Be not deceived; God is not mocked." Okay, it says, "Be not deceived, God is not mocked. Whatever man sows, he will reap in return." Okay. That's Galatians 6:7. That is one of my favorite scriptures. And so here's the thing about that. When people say you're wishing things upon folks, I don't have to wish anything upon anybody. All I got to do is revert back to the word of God that says that whatever a man soweth, that's just what he's going to reap. Okay. And all those people that was involved in doing this to young Dolph, right? They'll get it back. And not just young Dolph. I think so many people are tuned into young Dolph because that they have loved ones also that have lost their lives tragically to violence, and sometimes the cases are unsolved. And so when you start looking at cases like young Dolph's case where they're continuously trying to get justice, it starts to give families hope. Okay, in the justice system. So we're also praying for all families that have lost loved ones to unjust causes such as homicide, especially over, just for jealousy, right? Just because of the greatness and all of that they have on their lives. So, for all the people that are feeling a certain way, rather hey, understand that whatever a man soweth, that's just what they're going to reap. If Govan was involved in this, he will reap that. God will see to it. God is the God of justice. And I do understand this, that when you do wrong and then God get you back, you be wishing, okay, that somebody in the physical world had gotten you back. Because that God get back is undefeatable, okay? It is undefeatable. Anyways, you guys, I'm tired. I got to get off here, take a shower, so I can prepare myself for work tomorrow. But we'll be back on here at the same. I'm gonna see if I could talk to some people tomorrow. The trial is over, and I'm gonna see. It's so much that because as far as those motions, y'all, it was so many files. My brain has totally like blacked out. I forget. I do know one of the motions that was filed. They filed to suppress his criminal history. The prosecutors got the opportunity to rebuttal, and that was piss poor. Okay, I guess since the judge ruled in their favor a lot, but the judge has a history of being a criminal defense lawyer too. So she's never worked for the prosecutor's office. So also, what else? Well, there were some more motions that was filed. I cannot think what all that they filed. before. It's pretty weird because I thought that attempted murder charge had been thrown out. I forget, but they found a lot of motion. They found a lot of motions. And had a lot of stuff suppressed. He said that it's unheard of to get almost every motion granted. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Jennifer Mitchell. Then he turned around and called her stupid. Everybody in this county is basically stupid. So I get, he even said that has never happened. Why would she do that? Why would she suppress all of that stuff? I know that the defense wanted Trayon Ingram, and he was supposed to be a witness for the defense, and that is because Trayon has said that who he knew that was involved, and I don't think that he knew of Jook being involved. It's just that it's of his knowledge that it was Jook. And what else? Oh God, it's some more stuff that they found. Yeah, that further contributed to them. The prosecutors didn't bring them nothing as it relates to Quet. Okay.
So when is Cornelius sentencing?
And she surprised Govan hits on them women. She suppressed Govan's hits on them women. Lord, he likes to put hits on women. I plead the blood of Jesus over my life. Okay. Anyway, y'all. Justice for dog.
I'm gonna go bed with Quit. So y'all have a good night.
All right, you guys. I appreciate y'all tuning in tonight. I wish I could rock out longer. I'm sleepy and tired. So make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. Rest in peace to Young Dolph. My heart goes out and is with the Thornton family. May God give them strength by any means necessary. All of the people with broken hearts. God, you have the opportunity to mend those broken hearts because you are a God of justice. We're praying for justice in totality. We know that you could do anything but lie. I'm not shaken by this. I know that there's always a ram in the bush, okay? And so because you said that where two or three agree, you would be in the midst, here we are. Many of us agreeing on the word of God, agreeing on justice in totality for Young Dolph with pure hearts, which means it is imminent, okay? So I know that it is gone forth, and it is so. It shall happen, okay? Anyways, you guys, I love you guys. I appreciate y'all for tuning in with me tonight. I got to get me a shower and some shut-eye. I love you guys. It has been an absolute pleasure. I'll see you again tomorrow or Saturday. Talk to you later.